Strong winds, a risk of gales across the north and the west. Temperatures generally near normal, though there may be brief periods of snow to northern areas. And then, the end of this month and the first week or so of March. And if we can get to March, that's almost when the clocks go forward, they go forward, and we will have escaped winter's icy clutches. All we have to do is to get to the beginning of March, and then we can almost relax and think that we, got away with it. So, good luck, everybody. Here we go. From the 25th of February to the 11th of March. Unsettled to the end of February. Strong winds, showers, and longer spells of rain, especially in the north. And then into March, an increasing chance of dry conditions with temperatures most likely to be above average. An increasing chance of dry conditions with temperatures most likely to be above average? We'll take it. Alison texts, Ebola in the UK and war with Russia. Don't worry, Nick, it might never happen. We're doomed. Let's have Glasgow. Why not? Hello, Frankie.
How are you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
That's good. It's always nice to speak to you on a Friday, my friend.
Is it?
Yes, because usually on a Friday I give you a weather report from Glasgow, and it's usually
raining.
But it would be raining, but it's that cold in Glasgow, the rain has frozen.
Is it? Right, so it's actually snowing there right now?
No, it's actually, there's nothing, because even the snow, it's that cold, the snow can't even get through.
I'm not sure that's actually scientifically accurate, but okay then.
As in Glasgow, Nick.
Right.
In Glasgow. It's Glasgow weather, Nick. You know the score, man.
I do know the score, yeah. I lived there I grew up in Edinburgh, which is just colder, but I spent about 3 months in Glasgow, and I am not making this up. It rained every single day, every day, for 3 months.
I know that. I know you went to school in Edinburgh. My missus is in Edinburgh.
Oh, aye. Huh?
So, anyway, apparently Bodger's hiding in a fridge in Ukraine. I'm saying my missus is from Edinburgh.
Okay, well, now we know where to find him. Good work. Thanks a lot, Frankie. Keep your eyes peeled. As soon as you see Bodger, then you let us know his whereabouts straight away. Hey, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he'll be hiding somewhere. Hiding out somewhere. Looking for a lawyer. Because nothing says innocent of all charges than lawyering up. Can you believe it? I mean, really, the weeks go by and you think, well, next week couldn't possibly top this week that's just gone for ridiculousness. And then Liz Truss shows up in a Russian hat. Oh, the shame. Doncaster, hello, Martin.
Hey, Nick, I was just wondering, do you think the dear leader will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on his next questionnaire?
Yeah, let me think about that. No.
I know, it's laughable, really, mate. I'm loving it. I love seeing him suffer, me. I just hope it brings him down.
Right.
I love to be coppers, me.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Martin. Another unsatisfied customer. 0345 6060 973. We're all not rooting for you, Bodge, if that's any help. Edward texts, not only have my maths improved to A-level standards since listening to your show over the past 10 years, for example, 2 + 2 = 5.
Correct.
I find adding up money this way makes me feel better off financially. Your show is an education. Thanks, Edward. That's just true. And Stephen tweets, police have asked Johnson to fill in a questionnaire. Yeah. What is your name? Yeah. Do you need any help with that one, Bodge? Kath texts, the news said the police have sent Bozo a questionnaire about his lockdown parties. If he answers, brackets, lies, if he lies the questions in the right order, will he get extra points?
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
I do believe that you get it in order, you get extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
I just said that. I literally just said that.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order. Listen to A-Golf Twitler.
Don't be rude.
0345 6060 973. Chelsea. Hello, Mark. Oh, Mark. Oh, no, my fault entirely. I am at fault there. Or, as Boris Johnson would say, it's Priti Patel's fault. Chelsea. Hello, Mark.
Oh, hi. Hello. Straight through to you. Hello there.
Yes, Mark. Hello there.
I don't know if you heard the 1 or 2 hours, I forget how many, that a Major Mind, Ian Dale, devoted to the actual benefits of Brexit. And people were phoning up. Now, did you listen? We have to go on.
No, I didn't.
I'm going to listen for you.
A 2 hour. He did a 2 hour show on the benefits of Brexit.
It could have been one. Could have been 1 hour.
Did he play a lot of? Did he play a lot of music? Just to cover up the echoing silence.
A lot of people phoned up with the benefits of Brexit.
Okay, name me one. Yes, go ahead.
Right. Are you sitting comfortably?
No, not really.
Fine.
Wait a minute. I'm not sitting comfortably.
Okay. I'm going to list all of them for you now. Okay.
Before you list them, I'll give you my list. The only benefit of Brexit is that the government can bat away any complaints about its criminal behaviour by saying, oh, that's just a Ramona who can't get over losing. As John Major.
Well, okay, right. Now, sovereignty. And there are some things more important. Now, that was the only benefit that was actually listed, but an hour was spent, at least, and it included such non-benefits as there are some things more important than money. You cannot measure success economically. Lord King and Dr. Owen in 2016 said so-and-so. I can't remember one other benefit other than sovereignty.
Sovereignty, right.
Yes, there's another benefit. Another benefit is having been engrossed in the EEC and the EU for a total of 40 years, this is one of the benefits.
Yes.
How can you possibly think that you're going to get all out of it and start benefiting overnight in a year or two?
Oh, well, as opposed to...
That's not a benefit.
Unless you, of course, listen to all of the people that told us we were going to benefit instantly by leaving the European Union. And now they're saying you weren't stupid enough to think that you'd benefit immediately by leaving the European Union, like we said.
We'll give it 40 years.
40 years, okay. I'll pencil it down. I'll pencil down happiness in 40 years. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Mark. Keep your ears to the radio set. Ian Dale did not deliver us 2 hours of Brexit benefits the other night, did he?
He did 1 hour.
1 hour, right. Now, was it done?
There weren't many calls.
Was it done sarcastically on his part?
No.
He was genuinely interested.
For balance.
Right. Well, that's this show's watchword, by the way. Balance. Oath. I am nothing if not balanced. Isn't that right?
No.
Okay, Tom tweets, what odds do you think I can get on the new Met Police Commissioner being Sajid Javid's brother? I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Boris Johnson's dad. I mean, why appoint somebody to a position of authority in why, shall I start that again? Why would somebody in this government appoint someone to a position of authority that actually has any clue as to what it is that they're doing? I mean, it seems to be the Donald Trump method of appointing people who are ideologically opposed to the organisation that they're joining. Is Jack the Ripper available? Let's have Galicia in Spain. Hello, James.
Hello, James. Hello, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
Anyway, two things. About Press the Dick. They say they want to root out this systemic racism, homophobia and sexism in the police force.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the best person to do that a gay woman?
Well,
that's a silly thing to say.
It's not an entirely silly thing to say. I'm sure that other people have had that thought, but it just seems a bit weird that you would have to put somebody in the Met Police who is the opposite of what they're accused of being. That just seems a bit weird. I mean, they will root it out of the police when they root it out of human beings. That we are, unfortunately, the police are not robots.
Correct.
When they become robots, then, of course, everybody can relax. Or, as I've seen in the films, start screaming. But, you know, if we're expecting them to be different to the rest of us, then we're in for a big disappointment.
Yeah. And the second thing.
Yes?
About the Ukraine, in 1936, Hitler used the distraction of divisive French elections to send his troops into the Rhineland. Mm-hmm. Do you think Putin might take a page out of his book and doing this with the divisive French elections that are coming up?
Well, people are saying that he's going to do it during the Olympics.
I know.
While the world's attention is, is concentrating on the Olympics, by which I mean no one is watching, then he could sneak it in. By which I mean all guns blazing. Yeah. I hope that's answered your questions, James.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, well, no, thank you. Appreciate it. There was a rather concerning pause there before he did say yes, but he did say yes.
Yes.
That was an answer in the affirmative.
Affirmative.
Kate says, levelling up is working. People in Birmingham can now combine their retail shopping experience with dining out, as Primark launches an in-house Greg's restaurant. Well, it's worse or funnier or better than that, depending on your point of view, because Primark is going to sell Greg's branded clothes. Why would anybody want clothes that are branded Greg's unless you're actually working there? I bet even the people that are working there don't want to wear clothes that are branded with Greg's logos. Why? But then again, why would you want to brand yourself with the person who makes your T-shirt? Okay, just as it's Adidas, doesn't mean to say that, Mr. Adidas... was there a Mr. Adidas? I've got no idea. Mr. and Mrs. Nike didn't personally draw the T-shirt. Why have you got their name on you? Or Gucci, or any of these other silly brands that just plaster their logos all over it. But... I mean, I hope that this doesn't make me sound, labelist, but I'd rather have Gucci written on me than Greg's. That's just a personal choice. Who's going to buy that? I mean, Greg's branded clothes. I think one of their slogan is "It's a pastry thing" or "It's a pie thing" or something along those lines. Why would anybody want that? Huh? Hello? Is this thing on? 0345 6060 973. It does give me some excellent ideas for birthday gifts for people that I don't like. Rachel says, can we stop with the cat cruelty outrage stuff? Please. Why? People are outraged that people are cruel to cats. That doesn't seem an unreasonable position to hold. Anti-cat cruelty. You can sign me up. Although we should check ourselves because, let's not get carried away and pretend that we actually are a country of animal lovers, because what we do to animals is absolutely appalling. We chew through 1 billion chickens a year. Not 1 million, 1 billion. Poor little chooks. I mean, one day they're just casually strolling about up to their little chicken knees in chicken poop, and the next day they get sucked into a giant machine and defeathered, declawed, deheaded, and stuck on a rotisserie in a supermarket, if you please. Stratford, hello, Adam.
Hi there.
Hello there.
I totally agree with you about this cat thing. I mean, no one really cares about the cat.
Oh, come off it. Of course we do.
Well, they care about it more than racism. It's just so irritating. I'm just trying not to focus on that story.
We care about it more than racism. Can we care about both things simultaneously?
Well, can we punish them not equally then? Because we give punishment harsher to the cat than we do to racism. And I think it's bizarre.
Okay, he didn't get punished for the benefit of the cat. He brought, I would imagine that the club punished him because he brought their brand into disrespect.
Yeah, but meanwhile, we watch people whip horses every week. So it just doesn't really make sense. We're not animal lovers, is what I wanted to say.
Right.
But I wanted to ask your opinion, because I know you're very sartorially...
elegant, yes. Elegant, sartorially elegant, yes.
That's the one.
A dedicated follower of fashion.
Definitely. And you used to criticise Theresa May's shoe game. It's a thing. So I wanted to know what you thought of Liz Truss this week, who got torn one by her Russian counterpart.
Yes.
What an amazing guy. Because she should be the opposition in this country. Get him over here. But when she was walking through the, whatever their equivalent of that, during the meeting with her boot-cut trousers tucked into her babushka Puss in Boot shoes, she just looked so ridiculous, and I just thought that's just something that you would criticise. So I wanted to see what you thought of it, because, I mean, that was just, the minute I saw it, I knew the Daily Mail comments would be ripping her to pieces over her shoe choice. She looked insane. Was she a farmer? Was she power dressing?
She was trying to channel Margaret Thatcher with that hat. Well, I'm surprised that she didn't show up in Red Square riding on a tank.
Well, she looked more like she was going to Eurovision. You know them toothless babushkas who won a couple of years ago? She didn't really pull off strength and leadership, if that's what she was going for. Who's dressing her? Who's dressing her?
Strength and leadership. I mean, come on. Well spotted there, Adam. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I have never ridiculed Theresa May's choice of shoes, other than calling them comedy clown shoes, which she should kick off and put her feet up and relax. She deserves it. You can't walk in them, Mrs. M. Try trainers. On that subject, Levi texts, did you see Liz Truss's performance in Russia? Global Britain really is an embarrassment on the world stage. You know, to be foreign secretary used to be a thing. It used to be a very, very important position. It's our chief diplomat. It's our face to send around the world to get our way through soft power and through strong power if necessary. You have to be believable. You have to be respected. You have to ensure that those you are talking to are fully aware that you are across your brief, that you have some idea as to, where Russia is on the map, for instance. It's just a small detail, but obviously Liz Truss wasn't in the meeting that day. I'll get into that in a minute. Chris says, if Ebola breaks out, will there still be people who say they are exempt from wearing a mask? Well, Ebola. Now maybe it's just me being pessimistic, but I am quite surprised that we appear to be getting out of COVID on a soft fade out, aren't you? I would definitely thought that there was something else around the corner. Of course, do remember that, no, I don't want to bring you down, but, Anthony Fauci, the bespectacled bloke out of America, he's a big cheese over there. Donald Trump absolutely hated him.
Oh, shut up!
He said that we were entering the era of the pandemic.
Oh, no.
That's what he said. We're entering the era of the pandemic. And it's probably because in large part, actually, there may be some truth in this. It's probably because we're actually very, very unkind to animals. And we're invading their territory. They have smaller and smaller space with which to, spread out. And so we are coming into contact with them. I mean, for crying out loud, we might as well organise a bat-fondling weekend. Because we're going to get infected with whatever they've got sooner or later, because we are all hugger-mugger now. We're encroaching onto into their space. Ebola. Joanne, and if that happens, then we will be, dreaming about the good old days when everybody was frightened of a little thing called COVID. Joanne texts, I think you're going to miss Cressida Dick's epaulets when she's gone. I think Cressida Dick will miss her epaulets. If I were her, I'd take them home and use them as a... Not use them, but keep them as a pet. Not use them as a pet. Keep them as a pet. Couple of pets. Sam says, I'm not completely satisfied with this year so far. When will it all end? These are the jokes, folks. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Going on about brains trust in Russia, well, she's obviously panicked them because they're accelerating their activities. but look on the bright side. If this was a few weeks ago, it could have been Rab.
Oh, painful. A couple of years ago, it could have been Boris Johnson.
Oh, dear me, yeah. Did you watch Prime Minister's Questions this week?
No.
Natalie Elphick, right, towards the end of Prime Minister's Questions, and this has to be the Brexit quote of the year so far, she was complaining about congestion round Dover and gridlock, the M20 blocked, M2 blocked, and then she said, but this is not because of Brexit.
Yeah, I did see that bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's because of EU bureaucracy.
Yes, because of the evil European Union being mean to us after we have left the socialist superstate, yeah.
The only sort of amazing thing I thought, it wasn't Nadine Dorries that had said it.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with Brexit. It's just the European Union. That's all, because that makes perfect sense. Oh, really? No.
Something like that. On a quick note on this police recruitment thing, he said the police actually reflect the rest of us, and in a sense, obviously that's true. But I was great friends with an assistant chief constable many years ago, and 30 years ago he said, the police are doomed, Mike. And I said, why is that? And he said, they're changing the selection procedure around. He said, what we used to do was get really experienced officers in, and they used to grill potential candidates. And they talked to them about their life and their interests, and they threw, if you like, trick questions in, and saw how they reacted to them and judged their character, their integrity, and where they were coming from. And he said what they've done now, because that's not very measurable, they have loads of tick boxes, and they have loads of questionnaires which are designed by psychologists to try and figure out what the personality is. But he said anyone can get round that.
Yes.
You don't get to know the person. So he said, what's happening now? We're getting people in who are visibly unsuitable because we haven't been able to grill them. He said, because we don't want a reflection of the public. We want people with honesty, integrity and bravery who will walk towards danger. Well,
well, I guess that's true, yeah. We don't want a reflection of the general public. We want people who have honesty and integrity. Yeah, that's right.
And bravery, and he said this will lead to chaos because you'll get people in who are bright enough to answer the questions correctly.
Yes.
And then you tot it up and get a score. If you're over the score, you're in. But he said that will eventually lead to problems. But whether he's right or not, whether that is the cause, I don't know. But it seems reasonable.
Seems reasonable to me, yes. OK, good work. Thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. I wouldn't expect the police to change anytime soon, any more than human beings will change anytime soon. How's that whole kicking racism out of football going?
Oh, fabulous.
That's what I thought. Sam texts... Oh, no, I've read that. Pat says, international relations can often seem like a game of chess. Not when Liz Truss plays. Then it's not so much... It's not so much chess as buckaroo. Ben Wallace was sent in with the cleaning stuff to save face. Clean up in aisle K for Kremlin. I bet Vlad can't believe his luck. Oh, they just must be laughing their faces off. I bet he wakes up laughing. OK, this is Her Majesty's Daily Telegraph reporting this. So if you get bad press in Her Majesty's Daily Telegraph, then you know you're screwed if you're a member of the government. As British diplomatic efforts to prevent a conflict in Ukraine came under attack in Moscow, Russia's foreign minister dismissed Liz Truss as deaf and unprepared. Unprepared? Liz Truss? He should have seen the last incumbent in the post of Foreign Secretary. Angular, tetchy humanoid Dominic Deckchair Raab.
Correct.
And as for the bloke who was given the post of the UK's chief diplomat in what I can only assume was a joke by Theresa May, well, What do you reckon, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
And it seems that the job, which was once held by serious people, is now a sort of a pantomime horse, purely there for amusement. Doesn't actually get you anywhere. Foreign Secretary Liz the Brains Truss was mocked by her counterpart in a joint press conference after failing to make a breakthrough during a high-stakes visit to Moscow. The first such trip by a British Foreign Secretary in more than 4 years. What were we doing there? I'm surprised that Bodger didn't go because, he does have a history of running away. After their meeting, Sergei Lavrov, Russia's veteran foreign minister, described their meeting as like talking to a deaf person. He said it's like they're listening to us but not hearing, said Mr. Lavrov, who has served as Russia's top diplomat since 2004. He hasn't been poisoned yet. Mr. Lavrov, who went on to characterise the meeting as a conversation between deaf and dumb, which is odd, because he'd already described Liz Truss as deaf, so does that make him dumb? Maybe we should let that pass. He is talking in a language that's not his own, whereas the Brains Trust has difficulty talking in a language that is her own. And it's not the first time Western diplomats have clashed with Mr. Lavrov. An Obama... You remember Obama, don't you? Yeah, that's him. An Obama official claimed that he would be relentlessly berating and browbeating and sarcastic and nasty. Wow. Berating and browbeating and sarcastic and nasty. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I think that there's a place in Bodger's regime for the Russian foreign minister.
What?
Liz Truss also was chided by the Russian media for her attire for the visit, having worn a fur hat to act like Margaret Thatcher. Said the anchor of 60 Minutes, Russian state TV's flagship news show, pointing out the relatively mild temperature in Moscow. They said, she went out for a walk around Moscow as soon as she got off the plane, or maybe she went out to show off her hat. Thank God she did not take a balalaika and a samovar with her. Yeah, here's some of the excellent balalaika music. This is your official all-day, all-balalaika station. And as though that wouldn't be enough to make a diplomat take the next plane home, the well-respected Russian daily Kommersant news outlet quoted two unnamed diplomatic sources saying that Mr. Lavrov confronted Liz Truss about now I don't know how to pronounce these, but then I'm not the foreign secretary. I'll just give it a go. Voronezh and Rostov. I bet that is completely correct in every respect. So, almost like a gotcha. Lavrov confronted Truss about Voronezh and Rostov, two Russian regions bordering Ukraine, where the military build-up was reported. And Liz Truss, our foreign secretary, our chief diplomat, an expert, said the UK will never recognise Russian sovereignty over those two regions. And then the British ambassador reportedly had to intervene, had to wrestle her to the ground and tell her that Voronezh and Rostov are actually a part of Russia, not Ukraine. It would be like the Russians saying that they would never recognise that Folkestone and Dover are a part of Britain. Responding to journalists impertinently pointing out that she knows about as much about foreign affairs as her boss, Liz Truss said, I made it very clear that those regions, Rostov and Voronezh, are sovereign parts of Russia. You know, that is the regime's favourite phrase. I made it very clear that. The Prime Minister has made it very clear that. And you can stop listening after that phrase because nothing that follows it is worth hearing. Meanwhile, legislation was laid in Parliament to provide a framework for the strongest sanctions regime the UK has had against Russia, in order for the UK to impose sanctions on Russian businesses and individuals. They'll cover a range of economic and strategically significant sectors, such as paying hundreds of thousands of pounds for a tennis match with Boris Johnson and refusing to accept millions of pounds in Russian donations to the Conservative Party. Because that'll teach them. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful. Okay, listen, this is the real implication of what took place, okay? Nobody seems to be looking at the bigger picture of what this gentleman has actually done, okay? People are talking about the cat all day, okay? And it's a horrendous thing to hurt any animal in the world. Okay, we all understand that. But the big picture is the children, mate. Right? The dangers of what's taking place in front of them children is horrendous, mate.
Now, wait a minute. Back up. There may be people looking quizzically at their radio, wondering, what the hell's this bloke talking about? You're talking about the football cat kicker?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, because the children were in place, mate. The children were in the room.
Right, well, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about that. I refused to look at that video. I didn't want to see a video of someone being nasty to a pussycat.
Okay, I understand that. That's perfectly understandable. Okay, but the real issue, according to what I've heard, is that there was children present.
Right.
Okay, so if there's been children present, somebody professional needs to look at their children's age, mate.
Right. Well, what difference does it make what age they are?
Of course it makes a difference, mate, because what happens is if you're in the age of 0 to 7, mate, you're supposed to be in meditative mode, and if trauma enters your life...
Meditative mode? What are you talking about? 0 to 7, you're in meditative mood?
Yes, your brain is the waves, mate. It's your brain waves, right? We all human beings have brain waves, right? Right, they're brain waves, right? They're called teeth, they're called... Listen, mate,
if you call me mate one more time, you're disappeared instantly.
Sorry, friend. Sorry, Andy. Sorry, whatever. Right, but this is the implication of it.
Andy.
Right? Andy, this is the implication of what's taking place. They're young children.
Are you calling me Andy?
No, I'm saying I'm Andy.
Oh, you're Andy. You're very confused, Andy. You're Andy, right?
Okay. Right.
You're calling me Andy.
The children, if you just hang on a moment, and I'll explain.
Yes, the children they're in a brainwave mode. Yeah. They're meditative.
Yes.
They're relaxing.
Okay. Yes, it's all children go through, mate. If you look at the EEG readings on the brain,
the EEGs, right? Well, we voted to leave the EEG, so
no, EEG is the brain waves, mate. It's the machine.
Oh, mate! Mate, he said. We will never have the benefit of being educated by that person. At least not more than we already have been. Isn't that tragic?
No.
Because he really did sound like he knew what he was talking about, eh? 0345 6060 973. Always go with your gut instinct. If I'd have done that, then you would have been saved the last 5 minutes. Sue says, are you going to see Steve Allen at the Leicester Square Theatre a week on Sunday? He's doing a one-man show. Will you ever do anything like this? I would come and see you, says Sue. Let me think about that, Sue. No. And no in that order. And furthermore...
No.
Let's have a call in Liverpool. Hello, Kevin.
Oh, hello. What it is I've been station hopping and listening to what's going on over the Ukraine and what's going on with China and the assessment of when it'll actually be. It'll probably be, if they do go, it'll be at the end of the Olympics or just before the end of it. Well, I think we should make our own protest, the British, by bringing our athletes home and not as soon as they can.
What?
And for the end of the celebrations, because look at China, look at what's Hong Kong and what they're predicting now, and Hong Kong today, tomorrow the world.
What's it got to do with the athletes?
Well, I think we should make a protest because we did the Chinese.
Okay, go make a protest, Kevin. What's it got to do with the athletes?
But this is what for the athletes, because the people of China will go, well, what's going on here? And if they find out,
no, they won't. They won't hear the news of it.
I know this problem, but they'll bring it forward, and because a lot of them listen to like the Wales service and stations like that, and a lot of them do know what's going on.
Right. You seriously think that if we take our athletes out of the Olympics, it's going to make the slightest bit of difference one way or the other?
No, the celebration at the end. Let them complete it, and bring them home as quickly as possible.
Why?
Well, because of what's going on in the Ukraine, that's one of the main things. Because
it's not China, it's Russia.
I know, but they're in league with China, and this is what they say. Talking about now is that they don't think it'll happen until the end of the Olympics or just before the end of the Olympics.
Kevin, we're in league with Saudi Arabia. They're using the bombs and the munitions that we send them to blast holes in hospitals and schools.
I know, Dan. It's a disgrace. Yes. There's other things that we're involved in as well.
Yeah,
but
no end.
China and Russia are a major problem in the stability of this planet at the moment.
And you think that's going to be changed in any way, shape or form if we bring our athletes home a day or so early? Leave them alone. They're some of the healthiest and best-looking people in the world, and after they've all finished their respective events, then they all pile on top of each other in a giant nude mountain of writhing.
Disgusting.
That's what I read about what happens at the end of the Olympics, or at least the Summer Olympics. Of course, they might have to keep a lot of their clothes on, it being freezing blooming cold over there in China at the moment. It's got nothing to do with the athletes, Kevin, particularly the snowboarders.
Want to score some pot?
I mean, they're out of there. They probably don't even know what country they're in. But you go ahead and protest yourself, Kevin, and let us know how that goes. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. D tweets, the questionnaire Bodger has been given has formal legal standing or some such legal phrase, so he has to answer truthfully. He wouldn't know how to start to answer anything truthfully. You only know something is wrong when Bodger tells you it's right. D says, I wonder if the Met have popped in a few questions like, how many children do you have and how much do you pay on child support each month? Any idea there, Bodge? He's going to get his lawyers onto it. He'll only know when Sue Gray's report is released. Let's have Limoges. James.
Hiya, Nick. I've got a theory about Liz Truss, and you know how she seems to have this fetish of having a new outfit for every photo op. Well, I think she's nudged Bodger out of the way for the Russia visit, because next to the Kremlin, or rather just beneath the Kremlin, there's a wonderful underground shopping centre there called Ryad, and it's full of sort of global department stores with elite businesses. You'd probably find in London and Paris and Milan and
Gucci, Pucci, Fiorucci.
That's it, yeah, and it's absolutely gorgeous with opulent walkways and
sounds a dream.
And ornate pillars, and it's the only people you'll find in there are rich Russians. You won't find the ordinary Russian in there. They're
oligarchs and their various hangers-on. Yeah.
So I reckon that she's gone there and probably she's lined herself up for a brand new outfit.
James, we've got shops in London.
Well, no, but nothing like when you can come back and say, I've got a Russian. And you don't get the fur hats and the fur what's-names that you get in
the fur what's-names? I think you said too much. She didn't buy a fur what's-name, did she? Oh, really? Isn't that awful?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Please put something on as well as your fur what's-name, Liz Truss. We're begging you. But just a hat and a what's-name isn't going to cover it either. Literally and figuratively. Steph texts, if you were to become PM, would you feel compelled to remove Lulu's 800 quid a roll wallpaper at taxpayers' expense, up to the value of 30,000, or live with it as a testament to man's inhumanity to man? Well, see, in that context, man should have the capital letter, because it's actually, specifically, woman's inhumanity to man. I'd just paint it magnolia. I mean, why would anybody want to live in that hideous, eye-popping mess? It looks like a sultan's harem. Absolutely awful. I mean, I could be an interior designer. It's got to be the easiest job in the world. There cannot possibly be an easier job than being an interior designer. All you got to do is go to... There's a place in Chelsea called the Chelsea Design Centre. It's like a shopping mall of stupidly expensive furniture and curtains and stuff like that. All these different designers. And there's not a price on anything. If you have to ask what the price is, you can't afford it. I mean, and I'm not making that up. There are no prices at all. Because the place is for interior designers. And what they do is they get up first thing in the morning and they're there as the cock crows at about noon. And they sit down and enjoy a couple of glasses of champagne, and then they just wander around shops spending other people's money. Oh, I'll have one of those and a couple of those sofas and some cushions, and that's them done for the day. Piece of cake. Anybody could do it.
Hello.
Chicken and haggis in an iron brew sauce. Well, I haven't had it, and I don't know anything about it, but it doesn't prevent me from having a strong opinion.
Disgusting.
Sounds awful. J-Tex, I wish it was Christmas. I have a brilliant tea for toilet, as in the A to Z that I do over the Christmas period. Tea for toilet. The toilet in the White House that Trump blocked with official papers, says Jay. What a story. Toilet Gate, they're calling it now. This is a Vanity Fair. One of the many obsessions that Donald Trump inflicted on the public during his 4 years in office, his hatred of windmills, the heights of politicians, hydroxychloroquine. One of the most bizarre was his fixation with toilets, specifically his insistence that it took an inordinate number of flushes to clear the bowl. He said people are flushing their toilets 10 to 15 times as opposed to once, he told reporters in 2019, claiming that the Environmental Protection Agency was looking into the alleged problem. 10 times, right, he said, to rally goers the following year. Not me, of course, not me, but you, he said, pointing to a random member of the crowd who we assume was mortified by the accusation. And the reason they're talking about this is because there's a new book by Maggie Haberman that says White House staff periodically discovered wads of printed paper clogging a toilet, which they believe that the president was responsible for. Any thoughts on that, Donnie?
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
Big,
all over.
Massive dumps all over. You heard it there from the horse's mouth. Let's have Chigwell. Hello, Jennifer.
Hi. The Ukraine Russian situation, I think that Putin is of a sort that will never back down. He will never lose face. So I do think we've probably got to offer him something, and he may. But before you say, because I know what you like.
Greg's branded clothing, perhaps?
No, I thought you might say something a bit more like half of Fort Knox. I don't know what. But seriously, I think that's what he's like. I mean, you only have to look at that calendar. And before you say, have I bought it? No, I haven't. The man is weird.
Oh, you're talking about the Vladimir Putin calendar?
Yeah, I have a kitten on that, I think.
Yeah, I have a couple of those. He takes... It's true. People used to buy... Anna and Anushka used to buy them for me. Thanks, Anna. Thanks, Anushka. No more of those, please. But half of them were him with his shirt off.
Disgusting.
Yeah, put it back on, Vlad. No one wants to see that.
The thing is, I mean, he's quite small as well, so I think he's the sort of man that we do have to... And as I said, don't ask me what, but it's got to be something big because the man's not going to lose face.
Right. Jennifer in Chigwell just called Vladimir Putin small. My best recommendation to you, Jennifer, is don't accept tea from a stranger. All right. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. She probably won't make it through the night. Nigel says, do you think that the questionnaire Johnson's been sent is a multiple choice question? What's your name? Answer A, Alexander, B, Boris, C, DeFeffel, or D, Daddy Pig.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World is it has
yes. Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig is the right answer. Well done, Bodge. God, it's painful, isn't it? Bexhill, Stephen.
Oh, Nick, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I think in the Eastern European situation, we need a third wheel. So what we need to do is we need to get the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, Ukraine to form their own little NATO. and have that as a third wheel between us. That's what you do in projects. If you can't solve a problem, you put something else to move to with a bit of flexibility.
Right, we could flood all of them. We could flood the whole lot and call it a moat.
That's a plan.
Yeah.
That's a plan. Yeah, no, that was put forward by Donald Trump, and I thought that was a very good idea. And I think I've seen that used in projects. It's very effective. We basically need to have something as a wheel to work in between us. So not
a buffer zone.
NATO. A buffer zone.
A buffer zone is the right answer.
That's it. EMZ is like, it'll be like Korea.
Right.
It's just my suggestion.
Okay, excellent. It sounded like a suggestion. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Thanks a lot, Stephen. 0345 6060 973. JR Tech, not the JR, surely. He dead. Who killed JR? JR texts, on the eve of conflict, Parliament's in recess for 10 days. Then they're back for 6 weeks. Appropriately, the Easter recess starts on April the 1st. Are they actually back for 6 weeks, or do they get another break in those 6 weeks? Because I'd be surprised if they worked, in inverted commas, an entire 6 weeks without a break. I don't think they got it in them. Philip texts, is Cressida going to have a leaving party? Her epaulets are going to have a leaving party. I bet they can't wait. South Norwood. Hello, Philip.
Oh, good evening, Rick.
Philip.
I've got a bit of a problem.
Yes.
I had a letter this week from the government.
Oh, no.
Telling me that in April, when I reach a certain age...
How old? Never mind.
They are going to give me, Nick, 25p a week. Now, after a lot of thought, I wanted to spend it on something to make me happy, you see. So, I like fish and chips, you see. So, I've decided that I am going to have 2 packets of tartar sauce with the fish and chips.
Tartar sauce?
Yeah, lovely. Goes over the cod and the chips. Lovely.
No.
Oh, well, what would you have then?
What? Tartar sauce on the fish, but not on the chips. That's disgusting.
Well, it's difficult to separate them when they're in a packet.
Of course not.
I don't put it on a plate. I sort of eat it. Sometimes I live quite away from the fish shop. I will sit on my local green.
Yeah.
The sun is shining.
Right. Of course you don't put the fish and chips on a plate. You're not a monster.
Oh, no.
You eat it out the paper. But
That's right, yeah.
But you don't put... what did you call it?
Tartar sauce.
Tartar sauce. Tartar sauce. You don't put tartar sauce on chips. That's horrible. Say bye-bye to tartar sauce.
Bye-bye. I mean, vinegar. You put vinegar. I know vinegar and everything.
Well, you squirt vinegar all over everything.
Yeah, but so I'm really looking forward to getting it, all being well.
Yes.
The 25p a week.
And what's this for? Just for benefit of having lived long enough?
Yeah, for living to a certain age.
Right.
You see, I don't know. I don't think I'll get a letter from the Queen.
Not yet,
I think
no.
I think that's when you're 100, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, so
and that letter, of course, comes with a bill. You owe her money.
One other thing, Nick, quickly. You were talking earlier on about cruelty by people with chickens, for the fast food shops.
Yeah.
Well, there's a great record, Nick, called Ghost Chickens in the Sky by a guy called Leroy Troy.
I seriously doubt that.
No, it is, honestly. It's on YouTube, and he sings a song about a farmer who used to supply chickens to, the chicken shop, and the chickens decide to get their own revenge, that they pick the farmer up, take him up in the sky, and, I can't repeat what they do to him, you see. I'm not making it up, Nick. I promise I'm not making it up. It's called Ghost Chickens in the Sky by Leroy Troy.
I literally cannot wait not to listen to it.
I know. You're sort of in the... with all things happening. Anyway, all the best, Nick.
And you, ta-ta, 0345 6060 973. Fortunately, I've forgotten everything he just said, the moment that he said it. Primark is owned by Associated British Foods, says Ranjit, which also owns Twinings, Ovaltine, Patax and Kingsmill. What's that got to do with anything? What has that to do with what I'm talking about? Primark is owned by Associated British Foods. I thought Primark was Doesn't Primark... isn't that the same people that own Fortnum's? It's something weird like that. Some strange bedfellows. And is Associated British Foods actually British? Or is that a misnomer? Because nothing else that is British is actually British. Name one single blooming thing that is associated with this country that is actually British. I double dare you. Associated British Foods. Is British Foods associated with Britain? That's my question. Dave tweets, I left the military 9 years ago. I'm still wearing the free clothes. But do you get to keep your clothes? Surely not. I mean, if you're wearing camouflage gear, Dave, no one will be able to see you. Remember that. Woodbridge. Hello, Martin.
Hello, darling. Can you hear me?
No.
Can you not hear me?
No.
Oh, bugger.
This is the information that we have about Associated British Foods. Associated British Foods plc is a British multinational food processing and retailing company headquartered in London. Wherever that is. Chris says, I heard Greggs are also developing a steak bake perfume for women to attract wealthy tradesmen. And Rona says, thanks for mentioning Greggs just now. I forgot I had 2 sausage rolls. I'd left them in my shoulder bag. I wondered why I could smell pastry all the blooming time. And Sue says, Jacob Rees-Mogg can't understand why no one else finds food banks rather uplifting. Obviously, no one's told him that it's only upper-class twits like him who think like that. Upper-class twits, Bodger.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Not Bodger, you're Smug. Get it right. We had the risible vision of him asking readers of The Sun for... asking them to tell him how to do his new non-job. I mean, God. Have you ever in your entire life seen anything like it? I mean, first of all, he obviously didn't realise he was writing for The Sun. And The Sun allowed him to put in all of these words and thoughts that were... I mean, he's got like 4 or 5 syllable words in here. Yeah, The Sun readers aren't used to that. I mean, apart from anything else, it's just so utterly ridiculous. In a perfect reflection of the man himself. When the Prime Minister announced the Brexit deal in December 2020, writes Smug, he said, we have taken back control of our laws and our destiny. We've taken back control of every jot and tittle of our regulation in a way that is complete and unfettered destiny. Okay. Every Sun reader is tuned out after 2 sentences. Unfettered. I mean, come on. He said, the opportunities in front of us are immense. They're so big that he can't see them, so he's asking you to point them out for him. He said, huge parts of our economy are no longer regulated by the EU. Yeah, and they're all doing badly. He said, before Brexit, many of my constituents would write to me to complain about regulations that burden them daily. I seriously doubt that. And if that is true, then why are you asking for more? Because you've got an enormous list already. Many of my constituents would write to me to complain about regulations that burden them daily, he said. Right, so you've got many suggestions as to what to do. Why are you asking for more? Get on with the ones you've got on your plate already. He says, from farmers to electricians on so many issues, I had to tell them that even as an MP, I could not help to solve their problems, as rules were set by the EU, not the British Parliament. As though they just handed them down, as though from a cloud by God. We were setting them as part of the EU, you idiot. He says, thanks to Brexit, that has all changed. Yeah, you bet it has. And misery abounds. He says Sun readers can hold their MPs accountable as the buck truly stops with them. Yeah, unless they're sitting in a safe seat, in which case it doesn't. Like Smug himself. You could put an actual real life donkey in his seat, and they'd still vote for it if you put a blue rosette on it. He said, as the Prime Minister said, Britain has won the right to set our own standards. Well, yeah, as lower. They ain't going to be higher. To innovate rather, in the way that we want. Yeah, we could innovate a lot of raw sewage straight into our rivers, for instance. He said, and we can use regulatory competition to make the most of our newfound freedoms. This is not going to help you. He says, this is exactly what the Prime Minister has appointed me to do in my new role as Minister for Brexit Opportunities and Government Efficiency. I think that they're actually just openly joking with us now. That's his title, Minister for Brexit Opportunities and Government Efficiency? You've got to be kidding me. He said, competition, innovation and deregulation sit at the heart of my mission. Yeah. The deregulation part being, chief among them. This whole thing, all of Brexit, this whole thing has been about rich people paying less tax and people in the finance racket being overseen less. They just want to get back to the point where they can legally rip their customers off. They, like, metaphorically sell you a boat, having drilled a hole in the hull and then taken a side bet on that the boat would sink while telling you that it's a great boat. That is essentially what they want to have the ability to do again. Suffocating EU procurement laws were torn up by the vaccines task force and bureaucratic treacle was melted by Dame Kate Bingham. We should credit the Prime Minister for taking such a great risk on this against huge opposition. OK, we could have had the same vaccine rollout in the EU as outside the EU. They keep perpetuating that lie over and over and over again. And they're brought short. They're told to their faces that it's a lie, and their response is to just repeat it. It helps to be utterly shameless. Because we have a system in this country that is dependent on shame. It's supposed to be the good fella, the decent chap system. It wouldn't transgress rules. We don't actually need to write these rules down. It's just everybody knows that you act in a certain way. But if you are beyond shame, if you actually have no capacity to be shamed, then like Donald Trump in America, you just throw all of these rules and these traditions out the window, and nobody can do anything about it because it's not an actual law. Oh, it just goes on and on and on. Absolutely, just. I'll tell you how ridiculous it is. The Daily Telegraph ridiculed it. Ben Wright in the Daily Telegraph says, Dear Jacob, I write in reply to your rousing exhortation in the Sun newspaper for the public to let you know about any, quotes, absurd EU regulations that should be abolished, an appeal which, if I'm completely honest, I don't quite understand. Keep in mind this is the Telegraph. Let's leave aside the question of whether or not this was an exercise that should have been undertaken before we left the European Union. Yes. He says, you write that, quotes, the opportunities in front of us are immense. But now you're asking the great British public to illuminate you as to what they are. If these opportunities were so large, surely they'd be quite obvious. Why then do you need to crowdsource them? He says, no doubt there are various pernickety rules and regulations that can be usefully repealed, but it does seem unlikely that you will be alerted to some massive piece of legislation that is seriously hampering our economy and about which those in Westminster were previously unaware. Perhaps I will be proved wrong. I don't, however, have any suggestions for you, I'm afraid. The purpose of this letter is to sound a note of caution. I mean, yeah, no offence to the people that read The Sun, but in what parallel universe is Jacob Smug remotely interested in the opinions of the people that read The Sun? He's gaslighting you. He isn't interested in your opinions or your thoughts. At what point in history has that ever been true of him or any other minister of the Conservative Party? The Daily Telegraph writes, this is Ben Wright. He says, one of the areas that's very often near the top of the wish list is for Brexit opportunities, alongside free ports, which we've done already. They pretend that only now we're out of the EU can we have free ports. We had them when we were in the EU. He said one of the areas near the top of wish list is financial regulation, which is, I firmly believe, why we've left the EU, why we were persuaded against our interests to leave the European Union. Financial regulation, that's what it's all about. Or too much of it, which only exists to protect us from them. And just as the UK could, and in fact did, create free ports while in the EU, the truth is that there are very few easy ways in which to liberate the City of London just because it's no longer under the purview of Brussels. Many of the most important financial regulations are drawn up at global level these days. Very often they are then gold-plated by UK watchdogs. I know you think that the EU is a bureaucratic nightmare, but its interpretation of the very same rules can actually be more lenient than ours. Yeah. Apart from anything else, they're saying that now the City of London can be unfettered, but the City of London doesn't actually make these rules. They're agreed internationally, in much the same way as the European Union agreed rules internationally. This is frustrating for the city, says Ben Wright of The Telegraph, but also understandable. If something goes wrong in the UK, it's going to cause a proportionally bigger mess because of our outsized financial industry. Yeah, we don't make nothing no more. It's all the finance racket. Yes, it's possible to make rules more efficient and achieve both objectives. However, this is painstaking and often incremental work that will be extremely hard to present as a Brexit win. The idea that the city has been hog-tied with EU red tape that can be slashed and thrown on the bonfire is, I'm afraid, simplistic to the point of sophistry. My worry is that in attempting to come up with something flashy that can be dressed up as a benefit of Brexit, this government will get rid of the rules that are actually quite useful. Big bangs can, unless handled with extreme caution, cause quite a mess. Sophistry, by the way, is a polite way of saying... Liar! Yeah. To say one's argument is sophistic is an insult, for it means they have used cunning, deceitful, devious and specious reasoning. Yeah, that sounds about right. What did it say on the side of that bus, by the way? Still waiting for that money. Woodbridge, Martin again.
Hello, darling, can you hear me?
No, you keep asking me that.
You can't hear me?
No.
Really?
Yes, really. Better luck next time. 0345 6060 973. Try calling back. We might get a better line. Bill emails, Nick, is your tooth at the back still in your head, or is it up for sale online to the highest bidder? It is still in my head, and it is for sale. Any offers over £1,500 are accepted, but you have to come and pick it up yourself from my head. Trevor, I've got to go back this week. He's going to charge me extra for pulling it out.
What?
Yeah, even more than he's charged me already for keeping it in. You wouldn't put up with that for any kind of business, would you? I mean, if your roof was leaking and a bloke came round and said, I'm going to fix your roof, it's going to cost you £1,500, and you paid him £1,500 and he left and your roof was still blooming well leaking, you want him to come back and fix it for nothing, right? Or if you took your car to a mechanic and it wouldn't start, and he gave you the keys back and said, that'll be £1,500, please, and it still doesn't start, you'd want him to fix it for the same amount, wouldn't you? But you can't do that with a medical person. They present you with a bill. I think they just make it up. They think of the most ridiculously large number they can. Then they add a zero, and then they just give you the bill. And what are you going to do? You say, no, it didn't cost that much. You can't argue with them. You just meekly pay. It's ridiculous. It's the only area in life where you don't negotiate. It's not the done thing. Well, I suppose you don't negotiate with a bank. Well, some people do negotiate with banks. Like, if you owe the bank £5, then you're in trouble. If you owe the bank £5 million, the bank's in trouble. So it depends how much depends how much money you got, or how much money you haven't got. As a certain powder puff president will tell you.
Oh, shut up!
Depends how much money you haven't got. Ain't that right, Donny?
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
Sure you do. I've read that if you want to be seen by a dentist on the NHS, you've got... the waiting list is a year.
What?
A year. The NHS, safe in their hands. So you've got to go private, or you pull the tooth out yourself. You actually have no choice. We got the worst of all systems in this country. Not the worst of all systems. America has that. But it's getting that way here. I mean, what would you do if you couldn't afford to pay the money to go to a dentist? I mean, people are pulling out their own teeth, for crying out loud, in this country. 2022. Trevor emails, Bojo has a plan to lower COVID infection numbers. Test less. This was Trump's idea when he was president. That's right. Yeah, if you test less, then you'll get fewer positive results.
I'm not a doctor,
but it's true. If you test less of the virus, or whatever it is,
this whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus. You can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
Nobody even knows what it is. Let's have a call in St Albans. David.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello there. What I wanted to point out was I saw the news tonight with a caption underneath about Bodger having nice little drinky foods at Christmas time, inviting loads of top police officers, certain amount of top police officers in there.
Oh, yeah.
And it hasn't seemed to come to light yet, but the caption was on the BBC News. What's your opinion of that?
I haven't seen it. So there's a picture of His Imperial Bodgeness in a room full of police persons.
Underneath the general news, yes, about these police officers at Christmas time when interviewing or whatever they was up to. I do not know.
What, did it look like a party?
It very much could have been.
Right.
Yeah, and obviously they must have been quite nice friends of his, top-ranking people.
Each and every one of them will be installed in the House of Lords before you know it.
Well, yes, I expect they give the old funny handshake and the sock down, no doubt,
Exactly.
So I thought I'd just put the search in it, I thought, well, I wonder it was that you were speaking about what was happening about the affair, and I thought, well, maybe you hadn't realised about this.
I hadn't realised about it, but I do now.
Yes, it'd be interesting to people to have a little poke around and find out what has been happening. And it seems rather strange that the lady now has been booted out, and because of the way the police forces run, as what we just mentioned, the funny handshakes and the sock down.
Yeah.
It makes and ladies are not allowed to be a part of that society. It makes you wonder whether she's been outed.
Keep thinking, Dave, and maintain vigilance at all times. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Seriously, was there a minute in the day over the last 2 years that Bodger Johnson was not attending a business party? Furious Priti Patel has considered cutting useless... that's her phrase. Not mine. Useless Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, out of the process of choosing a successor to Cressida Dick amid a furious row with useless Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, after he forced out the Met Commissioner without telling her. Without telling Priti Patel. Somebody form a square around the Pritster. But just keep this in mind. In September 21, Priti Patel gave Dame Cressida Dick a new 3-year contract as head of the Met. Excellent judgment there, Priti Patel.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And now she wants full reign to appoint the successor. What could possibly go wrong? The Home Secretary, Priti Patel, she came out all guns blazing and vowed to appoint a successor to Cressida Dick that will, quotes, deliver results for the capital and rebuild trust in the police, which is a pretty interesting concept, considering it's the Conservative government of the last 11 years that have cut 21,000 police persons. They've cut 23,000 police support staff. They've closed about 600 police stations while delivering the police an 18% real terms pay cut over the last decade. But please, do go on and tell us how you're supporting the police. Boris Johnson has promised to recruit 20,000 police officers. But unfortunately, that's not going to fill the hole because they have cut 21,000. And on top of that, of course, there's, as the people get older, they will retire. And people will also think, well, just after story after story after story, they think, well, okay, that's it, I'm leaving. To maintain where we were when the Conservative Party took over 11 years ago, we'd need to recruit 45,000 police persons. But don't take my word for it. That's the actual number put forward by the policing minister, Kit Malthouse. He said, quotes, to backfill retirements, we've got to recruit something like 45,000. The Police Federation say 50,000 to maintain numbers due to leavers and retirees. But go ahead, Priti Patel. Do lecture us about delivering results and rebuilding trust. Rebuilding trust. Telling us over and over and over again that they're putting a record amount of money into the police and we're going to hire a record number of people. And every single thing they say is the opposite of the truth these days. I mean, it used to be every now and again a politician would say something that wasn't true by accident. Now they say something true by accident. Same thing with the nurses. How many nurses are we getting? 50,000 new nurses. Is it 50,000 new nurses? No. I mean, there's that famous the video going around, Peter Stavanovich on Twitter. He just keeps repeating it over and over again, of Boris Johnson being caught lying again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And every time it's presented to him that what he just said was not true, he takes a pause for a moment and then just repeats the thing that's not true. As though if you just keep saying it over and over again, it becomes true. Well, in the minds of a lot of people, it actually does. It's called propaganda. Priti Patel must have, apparently, due regard for the views of the Mayor of London in appointing the new Met Police Chief, but will make the final decision on who will replace Dame Cressida. And in a new statement, Priti Patel failed to even mention the London Mayor. Because, that's what a statesman-like person would do. Not statesman-like, statesperson-like. Technically, Priti Patel recommends to the Queen who will be the next commissioner. She'll discuss that with Sadiq Khan, but the question that has been a bone of contention is who does the interviewing and the decision-making. The decision-making and the interviewing. Well, I don't know. Is Sooty and Sweep available? Anybody else? Anybody want to have a go? Writing in the Evening Standard, she said, policing, culture and conduct have rightly come under scrutiny. Be in no doubt that a new leader must tackle these institutional issues. They do talk as though they've not been in power for the last 11 years, don't they? As though the only party to fix the problems that have been caused by the Conservative Party are the Conservative Party, which makes as much sense as anything else I've heard over the last 10 years. News from number 10. Bodger is struggling with his questionnaire. He can't work out how to answer each question with the words vaccine rollout. Fulham. Hello, Wendy.
Hi, Nick. Well, I just want to say, I know I'm going over it, but I said that I bought organic eggs. Remember?
No.
Because you put me onto them.
Organic eggs. Yes.
And right, well, so right in the market they've got duck eggs.
Yeah.
How can you tell? You know, if they're like
From a duck?
Yes, I mean yes.
How can you tell they're from a duck?
Well, no. How? I think because the eggs are a little bit bigger.
They're bigger, and it's a very rich product.
Oh, is it nice?
If you like a rich egg, a very big rich egg, then yes, I wouldn't eat them on a daily basis. It's a bit much.
You know when they sell them in the market.
Plus the pooping.
Like,
I mean, you really don't want to encourage. Seriously, all of that pooping. I mean, every time you go to the park,
what's that got to do with an egg?
If there are ducks anywhere, and geese are the absolute worst. Don't eat a goose egg.
Oh, a goose egg. Have you had one?
No, I haven't. No.
Oh.
I wonder if that's an interesting thought. Actually, I wonder why there aren't goose eggs. They're probably enormous. Yeah.
I wonder how many eggs they
would lay.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Oh, I'll have to find that out.
Can you please find that out for me, Wendy? Let me know straight away.
Right, I went into a different shop.
Yeah.
And I knew before going in it's a bit dearer, you know. But, £4 odd for 6 organic eggs. Don't you think that's a bit much?
£4 for 6 organic eggs?
What? Yes. Oh, see? That's what...
What kind of a shop was this? Fortnum's?
Oh, no, the one down.
One down from Fortnum's? Waitrose?
You know that... No.
Harrods?
You know how... Oh, God.
One down from Fortnum's? Well...
no, I didn't say Fortnum's.
Lidl?
I said, no, it's not a supermarket like that. Whole Food.
The Whole Food, right? Yeah.
Oh, you understand? That's why they're expensive in there.
Well, they're expensive because Jeff Bezos is the world's richest man, and those yachts don't buy themselves. You know.
I'm
just looking at a picture of a goose egg and a duck egg and a large hen's egg, and the duck and the hen is more or less the same, but the goose is double the size of a duck.
Is it?
You couldn't eat.
Really?
You couldn't eat a whole one. Believe me.
What?
But that's an excellent choice on your part, Wendy. Choose organic eggs because the chook will have had a better life.
Yeah, that's why when you were saying before, I thought, right, that's what I'm going to buy.
Yeah. And how did it work out for you?
I feel better in myself.
In yourself?
You know. Yeah,
inside, you mean? You feel better in yourself,
I think,
as opposed to feeling better on the surface.
Myself.
Do you mean that it's having a physical change to your insides, or you just feel better about your choice? Yes.
I feel better about my choice.
Right.
So when I buy organic eggs, I think of you, right? So that's why I called now, and about the duck eggs.
Right. Always think of me when you're buying eggs. Yeah.
I do actually.
Well, that's
because it's you that put me onto them.
Right.
Remember?
No, I don't remember.
No, I don't expect you to remember.
No. Well, then stop asking me.
Stop it.
An organic egg a day helps you work, rest, and play. I'm pretty sure I got that right. But thanks a lot, Wendy, for whatever that was. Buster tweets on that sort of vague subject. Buster tweets, "We are cruel to animals. Did you see what Liz Truss had on her head?" Well, I prefer to think of it the other way around. Did you see what that small furry animal had on its bottom? Oh my God, you got a Liz Truss on your bottom. I'll need the tongs and an antiseptic wipe. Let's have a call in Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Oh, hi. Good evening, Nick.
Jan.
Good evening. How are you?
Great, mate.
I'm ringing up with concern about your tooth. And I've had root canal treatment in the past, but I just wondered, why is it taking so long? Is it because you've had an infection?
No.
Or why do they want to take it out?
Because it still hurts. Ow.
Stop whining.
Oh, well, the hurt is to do with an infection. Were you on antibiotics?
No.
Because they say, when I had mine done years ago, well, it was a terrible scenario because the dentist was doing his tax returns at the same time, and it was freaking me out. But I had to stay there and go through the treatment.
Do you mean to say that... Wait a minute, back up. Do you mean to say that the dentist was doing his tax return so he had to maximise his income by giving you any kind of procedure that he could get away with?
I had it on...
Or do you mean...
It was years ago.
Or do you mean that he was actually filling out the forms with one hand as he was operating on your mouth with another?
He was late with handing in his tax return. I made a complaint to the what do they call it? The council. I was so nervous. I was a nervous wreck anyway.
The ombudsperson.
Not the ombuds. There's some. I don't know the medical council or something you complain to about dentists. But I had to stay and get the treatment done because most dentists won't take you on once another dentist started something, unless you go to somewhere like King's College.
When one dentist starts something, then other dentists wash their hands of you. They won't treat you even if you need
treatment.
Right.
In the middle of treatment, they won't take one unless you go to one of those, like King's College Hospital emergency treatment centres. Or Visit Guys as well has a dental. Some of those hospitals have emergency dental. Like King's College is the most well-known one, but you've got to be referred. But I'm just wondering why. So. If usually when there's pain, it's because, like when I had mine done, it was more than 20 years ago.
Yeah, but you were experiencing pain because your dentist wasn't really paying attention to what he was doing.
No, he wasn't paying attention. He freaked me out, but I had to stay for the treatment. But no, I had an infection.
Yeah.
Like my jaw was swelling up.
Well, that's a little bit too much information. We don't wish to know that.
No, he put me on antibiotics.
Yes. And?
So it took weeks before he could finish it. But I'm just wondering, in your case, if you got pain, you haven't had antibiotics.
No.
How strange. So what's causing the pain?
Well, this phone call at the moment.
Oh, Nick. No, I'm only trying to be helpful.
Oh, this is you being helpful. Okay then. What's causing the pain? Is my tooth is causing the pain? What do you think?
No, I mean, the tooth, yeah, but I know. Yes, but usually pain is caused by an infection as well in the tooth.
Right. But to be fair, you're
not being treated for an infection.
But to be fair, you have no idea what you're talking about. So
I'm not a dentist.
That.
I only know from infections, tooth infections.
Right.
The pain is caused by an infection.
Yeah. How did your dentist's tax form work out, by the way? Did he get away with it?
Well, it was like a meeting. He was having a tax meeting with his wife while he was treating me, and she was helping fill out the tax form, which really freaked me out. But I couldn't go anywhere else.
It's just got worse. So he had his wife in there with him
while he was treating me.
While he was treating you.
Return.
Wow. Martin says, please stop saying Brexit. It's pronounced with an X in it. In it. Brexit. There. Happy now? Let's have a very important call in North Yorkshire. Hello, Paul.
Oh, hello, Nick. Happy Brexit.
Yeah.
This thing about the eggs. The goose egg is much, much larger. The duck egg is slightly bigger and actually very tasty. But the goose eggs, the reason they're not really available is that they don't, like swans, they don't lay that many. And most of them they lay, they're used to make new ones. So, in fact, unless you really look for them, you won't find them, really. And I should imagine one goose egg would make a complete omelette, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know what it tastes like.
Yes.
Yeah, that lady spending £4 on 6 organic eggs.
That's ridiculous. They need to be like solid chocolates to make that worthwhile.
Well, it's a bit of a scam, really, isn't it? You know, I mean, I get like proper eggs delivered, you know, but I could get about 20 for that. I think I don't know. It's amazing, really. Hey, by the way, Nick, you know, earlier on you were talking about smog on in the Sun.
Oh yes, smug in the sun.
And the fact that sun readers wouldn't be able to understand unfettered. I think you'd find that the average sun reader will know exactly what unfettered means from previous female people they have on their pages.
Oh,
you
yeah.
see?
Unfettered, yes, okay.
Yes. So they'll understand that, you know.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Paul. Cheers, mate. Yeah, I'm looking at a picture of a goose egg right now, as a matter of fact, and it's double the size of a duck egg. It looks like too much for one person's breakfast. They don't lay very many. Well, there's no shortage of geese, though. I mean, they're everywhere. You go to a park, like Kew Gardens, for instance, and you're like playing sort of hopscotch, trying to find a bit of grass that doesn't have goose poop on it. Awful.
Disgusting.
Let's have Swindon. Hello, Ben.
Hey, Nick, you right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah, just calling because obviously you're saying you're having problems with your teeth and everything. When I was about 15, I fell off my bike and I smashed out all of my front upper teeth.
Ooh.
But
what kind of bike was it? It wasn't a rally chopper, was it, by any chance?
No, it was just a push bike, and I just went over some wet leaves and just fell over one way, and my chin hit the ground, and it just forced all my upper teeth out.
Oh, God.
I had a brace on at the time, so it was a bit of like a horror story. But we tried to sort of find an NHS doctor, or a dentist, to try and fix it, and none of them would accept it. They just said there's not enough money to do it unless you can like link it to another thing, like a throat cancer sort of thing. They could try and link it together and do it that way.
What?
Yeah, it was bizarre. Like they told us, like the last one they did was like a little girl got kicked in the face by a horse, so they were able to do it for some reason, but it's so expensive for dental surgery, so we had to go private, and it cost £6,000 for 2 implants.
Oh, how long ago was that?
That was when I was about 15, and I'm 28 now.
Right. So, you could have bought a small flat and a family car for that then.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it wasn't enjoyable. It was a lot of invasive surgery, and it wasn't good. But I'm just wondering, like, that was so long ago. I'm just wondering now, with the state the NHS is in, how much more difficult it would be to get any treatment in that sort of way, you know?
Well, I don't think people are actually accepting NHS patients anymore, are they? The door is closed unless you've got money. If you want treatment on the NHS, then how does next year sound? If you've got money and you want treatment privately, well, how about tomorrow or later today, in fact?
It actually happened to me.
Immediately?
Yeah. Like last year, I had a really bad ear infection during the pandemic, and I got an appointment for February in 2021. I just had an email, a letter through the door the other day, literally 2 weeks ago, saying we've got an appointment for you this February. So it's like about to wait a year.
I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny. It's actually really alarming.
Because everyone's being encouraged to go private, slowly but surely. And they just wonder how long is it going to be before we are in a sort of a situation like America.
Yeah, but exactly. If we were following Europe's lead and taking up the sort of system that they have there, then that would be a good thing, perhaps. But following America's lead is stupid on so many levels, unless you either have shares in or are associated with one of those private medical providers.
Well, I don't know if you saw it, but there was actually a Michael Moore documentary in America about how they, with like health insurance, and there's actually these agents that will look into your medical history, and if you weren't a prudent person and you didn't identify something like cancer, they can actually sort of strip you of your right to have that claim.
Yeah, that's right. It's
crazy.
It's called pre-existing conditions. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I think life is a pre-existing condition.
Yeah, I think so.
If you are suffering from life, then unfortunately your claim is cancelled. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Ben. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. It is really worrying, and people don't really seem to be up in arms about it. What's happened to the NHS? I mean, they keep telling us, oh, we're going to spend record amounts of money and blah, 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 blah. In order to fix the backlog that's been caused by COVID, is what they keep telling us again and again. Oh, it's COVID's fault. Yeah, this is all because of COVID. But all of these waiting lists, all of these problems that we're experiencing predated COVID. It's just that we don't remember back that far. People were waiting a year to get treated before COVID, after a decade of Conservative rule. And again, I just can't understand how people can accept it when they say that the only party to solve the problems caused by the Conservative Party rule over the last 11 years is, of course, the Conservative Party, as though no other party is available. That makes absolutely no sense. They're the ones that caused the problem in the first place. But, you can't tell people. Susan emails, perhaps Boris Johnson appointed Dominic Raab, followed by Liz Truss, as Foreign Secretary, so he doesn't go down as the worst Foreign Secretary we've ever had. I wouldn't be remotely surprised. It seems to be very Donald Trumpish. Appoint people to positions of authority in a department for which they are either ideologically opposed or they have no experience or knowledge of. We're all living in Donald Trump's world now. Daniel texts, apparently Macron was sat at the far end of such... Oh, the table. The table. Yeah. That stupidly huge table that Vlad the Insaner had Macron sit at the end of. And in explanation, Daryl texts, apparently Macron was sat at the far end of such a large table due to refusing to take a Russian COVID test because he didn't want them to get a sample of his DNA. No such issue with Liz Truss, though, so I guess we can expect an imminent Russian invasion in the form of an army of Liz Truss clones. Are you terrified yet, says Daryl. You betcha. Mike emails, maybe Liz Truss borrowed her outfit from Boris Johnson's dressing up box. He would look great in that hat, by the way. In fact, I can see him in that hat and his jogging attire. And put some more clothes on, Bodge. Even Carrie doesn't want to see that.
Disgusting.
Kate says, I'm constantly bemused by people who say, I could never hurt an animal and then go out and eat a KFC. Or other place where they serve dead animals. I would always choose a place where they serve dead animals rather than live ones. I mean, that's where I would draw the line. Eating live animals. I mean, you can call me woke, but that's where I draw the line. Launceston. Martin.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good day. Or good night. Yeah. Oh, good to hear your voice every weekend evening, I have to say, first of all.
Thanks.
It's a bit of joy for myself, my partner, and half my family, just to keep a sense of you and
perspective.
James O'Brien, just keep us a bit settled on the ground instead of cutting our own heads off.
Perspective.
But anyway.
Too much bleeping perspective. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, I was just trying to defend or speak up for the goose egg, primarily.
Oh, yes. Have you eaten a goose egg?
Oh, as many as I can get.
Really? Where'd you get them from?
Well, we're just not far away from like the north coast of Cornwall now. We used to be Hampshire, Southampton people. There's a place where nobody goes, but we're down here now. We got our family up near Bude, that half of the country might know.
Bude.
Anyway, and they have some geese, and they've bred some crazy people.
They've bred some. Is that actually? Is there much effort required? Because the geese seem to be able to do that quite easily on their own. Does it necessitate human intervention?
And females, and trouble is that geese are I won't swear.
Awful.
Right little buggers.
Well, they're stupid, apart from anything else.
Yeah, well, they're hard
geese.
to handle, and I don't know if you've ever walked amongst 20 geese.
Yes, I have.
Do you notice that your hands go to the sort of lower region of your body a little bit because their beaks are in a certain place?
Yeah.
You know, they're just a pain.
They are.
But, you know, they kept Rome safe, apparently, for a bit. But anyway, that's where we got our geese eggs from. But they actually hatched some eggs and had a load of geese in the back of their sort of beaten up bungalow for ages till they got sort of all right.
So, what does a goose egg taste like?
It's like I'd say they use this phrase on steroids. Sorry about that, but it's like a duck egg on steroids.
Oh,
which is
because that sounds like very, very. That sounds like
a damn strong thing.
Taste
lovely.
too
I
strong.
Like
yeah,
it's quite a drug hit for egg people like me. You know,
I do like an egg, but I don't like an egg to taste too much like an egg. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It can be too eggy.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is also they are pretty ginormous, and the thing, a bit like duck eggs, they've got risky department in the white where it can go rubbery, which you know people don't like. And I tend to sort of like with a goose egg, I've got a little frying pan that's only about 5 inches across that I got in some charity shop somewhere, but it works for a goose egg, so it all spreads out, and then you cook the bottom a bit, and then you kind of grill the top because they're so big. By the time the top cooked in a frying pan,
then the bottom is black.
Yeah, and it's also like
you could scramble it easy.
Yeah, but it's all a bit sort of lumpy, kind of rubbery thing. So they're best sort of grilled on top so that you can cook the top.
Right.
Don't overcook the bottom.
Well, I've got a better idea. If you put it in a frying pan, this is like an ordinary egg. I don't know nothing about duck eggs, but if you put an ordinary egg in a frying pan, then what I like is crispy around the edges, but not too gooey. I don't like the white to be gelatinous on top. But equally, you don't want it to be set solid all the way through. You don't want like a well cooked egg. So here's the trick.
I go for the grill,
you put
see.
No, you don't. You put, or you do,
Go
but
on,
I
then.
don't.
You do your thing.
I put a lid on top, and then it cooks the egg as though it were in an oven, while also frying it from beneath. How about that? That's the recipe today, Raymondo.
It sounds... I could try that one next, couldn't I? And give you one of those reports back.
Yeah, try it right now, Martin. Don't delay. Do it today. Sanj texts, did you see Nadim Zahawi defending Bozo, saying that there was no booze and no party? Then they showed him the latest picture with staff with tinsel dressed... mind today isn't really working very well. Then, did you hear that they showed him the latest picture with staff with tinsel all over them, a security camera covered behind them, and booze and snacks on the table? Booze? After a long pause, he still denied that there was a party. He really is surrounded by a cult who won't have a word said against him, says Sanj. Well, you can always count on Zahawi.
And 2...
3,
11.
Oh, very, very close. You want another go?
And 1.
Yes.
2.
Very good.
3. 6 million.
No! Archie texts, chicken plus haggis in an iron brew sauce. No thanks, I'll have Gestapo soup. The Gestapo soup. Yeah, this is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of the Republican dingalings. She said she accused Nancy Pelosi of leading the Gazpacho police. Not the Gestapo police, the Gazpacho police. You know, like she's a soup Nazi. Fortunately, we still have America to take the world's eye off. Otherwise, we'd be the laughing stock of the planet. Guildford, hello, Helen.
Hi, Nick.
Hello.
I just had to call in and say, please, please, please do not fry your duck eggs. you have to boil them because you'd be very sick if you fried them. It's because the shells are far more permeable, so you know where the eggs come from.
Oh.
So with a shell that is far more permeable, and if you just fry them, you're not going to kill all the bacteria.
Oh, my
and
God.
you're going to make yourself terribly poorly.
Right.
Yes.
But a chicken's egg comes from the same area.
Yes, but the shell is more protected, so it doesn't absorb the bacteria that's going to cause you to be very, very poorly if you fry it. Sorry.
So do you have to... Okay, so you have to boil it in the shell, or can you poach it?
Do you know, I've never tried to poach it. I've always boiled it until it's not even runny. I've never wanted to get ill.
Right. So to be clear, you don't want to get ill.
Absolutely.
How do you know when... Because I know how long to boil a hen's egg for, but how long do you boil a duck egg? About a couple of days? 3 weeks?
I think you're right. They're about 1.5 times the size. So if you want a hard-boiled egg and multiply it by 1.5 or by 2, you can't overboil a hard-boiled egg, can you?
Yeah,
unless
of course you can.
Dry.
Can you? I mean, you must be able to overboil a hard-boiled egg.
No. I'm not that fussy.
Well,
a little bit of salt and a cracker, it's fine.
Right. Okay, then. That's breakfast, lunch and dinner sorted. Thanks a lot, Helen.
You're welcome.
Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. That just sounds like good advice. Educational and helpful, this show, eh?
No.
Archie oh, no, I read that. Chicken and haggis. That doesn't actually sound that bad. Chicken, haggis, pie in an iron brew sauce. I mean, it all depends on, how precise the... I can't think today. It's very strange. But something very bizarre is going on. Like my brain is not... it seems to be in first. Crazy Dog Lady tweets, tartar sauce is not my favourite. Mayonnaise is much nicer all over chips. Ew. And salad cream comes a close second. Whichever has to be squeezed all over fish and... whichever has to be squeezed all over fish and chips. No, what are we, Belgian? Mayonnaise on chips? No. Roy emails, so Bodger has been sent a questionnaire by the Met regarding Partygate. I assume that they will correct the punctuation, spelling and grammar, mark it out of 10 and send it back with a footnote such as good effort, and that will be the last we'll hear of it. Yeah, no doubt. I'm not expecting anything to come of it. Not now, not ever, never. Oxford, Leslie.
Good evening. You've made me very hungry.
What, me too? I want to go home and make an egg now.
No, you've been talking about haggis. Shall I tell you how I love my haggis? I love haggis with neat whiskey poured over it. It's absolutely delicious.
That does seem like a waste of neat whiskey.
No, it's not. It's lovely, the combination. Actually, I've also had haggis lasagna. That's also really tasty.
Haggis lasagna? Yeah, that doesn't sound bad at all.
Because I do recommend the whiskey doused over the haggis. It makes the haggis nice and moist, and it gives the haggis a nice zing.
Yeah. Well, it would give me a zing. Never mind about pouring it over the haggis, just pour it on me.
Yeah, no, I do love my haggis. I've been to a Burns night supper recently and had haggis with whiskey poured over my haggis. So yeah, I'm a strong advocate of whiskey over haggis.
Yeah. What's if the thought of haggis appalls you? What is quite good is the vegetarian haggis.
I always think I've grown out of haggis when I was a kid. When I was very young, I've just grown I've grown out of haggis, and I just always think of it as a spicy mince. Tasty if you think of it as a spicy mince.
If you don't think about it too much and stop thinking about it at the point at which you describe it as spicy mince, and then think about it no further, then you might enjoy it. Yeah, just don't ask what's in it. That's all. Don't.
It's delicious.
Don't read the ingredients.
Absolutely delicious. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thanks a lot, Leslie. I think the whiskey may have had something to do with that deliciousness.
Booze,
perhaps. Sue emails, perhaps the people in the UK and the people of the US should appeal to Vlad the Insaner and say our countries have suffered under the divisive leaders, Donald Trump and Boris Johnson. Can't he lead by example and, as John Lennon said, give peace a chance? Yeah, I really don't think you're going to get anywhere with Vlad by asking him to give peace a chance. James texts, people can't hold their MPs to account. They have banned 10-year-old schoolchildren from discussing or writing about politics because they were too woke. Woke. If I hear that word one more time, I am going to hear it one more time, and I'm going to read it over and over again in relation to the whoever is going to take over as the chief of the Met Police. They don't want someone too woke. They actually said that. Writing in the Evening Standard, Priti Patel said, policing culture and conduct have rightly come under scrutiny. Be in no doubt that a new leader must tackle these institutional issues. Above all, what I and the public will want from the country's most senior police officer. They're always telling us what the public want. What I want is someone focused on the basics, reducing violence in the city, ridding our streets of drugs, knives and weapons, saving lives and protecting the public from those who wish to do them harm, said Priti Patel. Well, you know, if you take out the bit about the knives and the weapons and you concentrate on the drugs and doing us harm, I think the new Met Police chief could do a pretty good start in the House of Commons. Lock them all up. She said, beating crime, preventing crime, protecting our citizens, our streets and communities at a time when this government is investing record sums into the police is paramount. Well, the police could actually start with that statement. This government is investing record sums into the police. What's the penalty for telling a porky that large? That porky's so large it could have its own theme park.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has
yes.
Peppa Pig
is the right answer. Lucy texts, will Jacob Rees-Mogg or his nanny be in charge of running this department for Brexit opportunities? Furthermore, was his post in The Sun a reflection of his party's failure to read the Brexit trade deal before they passed it into law? It's remarkable, really, that they spent so much time actually negotiating that Brexit trade deal. And then when they came to sign it, realised that they not only hadn't read it, but they got no idea what was in it and disagreed with every single word. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
And that he actually had the nerve to write in The Sun, here, have you got any good ideas about what I should be doing in my new job? My new non-job. Tim emails, I've just received my new photocard driving licence. I'm pleased to say that the new licence has a Union Jack on it. He said the previous licence had the EU symbol. He says, this is the sort of thing we voted for. You bet it is. It's put the great back into Britain. Mike says, will Boris be filling in 2 questionnaires before deciding which one to send in? Simon says, I can't believe how much it can cost to get your teeth done. I had lunch with a mate who spent £22,000 on his teeth.
What?
Wow. When I questioned the amount, he said he negotiated them down from £40,000. How can anyone afford that? Wow. Well, what did you get for £40,000? I'd want a solid gold grill. You know, one of them hippity, hip, hop grills. Like Madonna. But, you know, people spend £40,000 on a car, which is obviously ridiculous, because you could spend £5,000 on a car, and it could do the exact same job. You just look not quite as nice in it. You could buy my car for 100, and it could get you from here to there, no problem. I mean, it doesn't look that great on the outside, but it costs you £100, or you can spend £40,000 on a car. Just depends on what you get done. I mean, if you've got no teeth and you've got 40,000, and the 40,000 would fix the problem, and it doesn't mean nothing to you, then yeah. I mean, all celebs get their teeth done, don't they? Every single celebrity, and the ones that don't, it just looks weird. If you see somebody on television and they haven't had their teeth whitened to sort of Hollywood perfection, it just looks terrible. like they don't take care of themselves. But what it just means is that they're normal as far as British people are concerned, and they haven't spent 40 grand on their teeth. Irvin text, the thing I find so annoying about UK dentistry is they're all in receipt of NHS salaries, and yet can you get any NHS dentistry treatment? No, says Irvin, answering their own question.
No.
Yeah, that does seem a bit much. They say, oh, yeah, we're a year behind. We've missed a year's worth of appointments. And so if you want to see a dentist, then you have to join a queue that's a year long. Unless you pay money. In which case, the very same dentist can see you today. It's just not right. And yet, we seem to we've sort of slid into this situation without too much complaint, really. A shrug of the shoulder. Oh, mustn't grumble. It's the British way. No whining.
Stop whining.
Joe texts, I get so scared when you talk about the dentist, and I imagine that I have a toothache. I think it's because I haven't been for more than 10 years. What? 10 years? Paul says, it's times like this when I wish Mr. Ben from the old children's show, not the late, great Tony Benn, was real. I don't know why, it just makes more sense than the absolute pile of bunkum that's going on in Westminster. These clowns are on the verge of triggering an armed conflict. Well, between who? Between who and who? You're not talking about the Russians, are you? Because I don't think that the clowns in Westminster have any sway one way or the other. So many texts and emails, as usual, just like way too many. I'll never get through them all. Better that you call, then I can speak to you, as opposed to just reading out an enormous list. Barry tweets, have you managed to find out where McGiffin has gone on holiday? Her 9-star retreat on stilts must have Wi-Fi, surely. Yeah, Carol McGiffin's has gone on holiday.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I was giving her some abuse about that on the podcast just lately. And she sent me a picture of her checking in at the airport. And she wasn't going coach. Were you, Carol?
Oh, right, yeah.
Not even close. I suspect that she set that photo up, that she was actually travelling in economy. She just went to the first class desk and said, can I just have my picture taken, pretending to put my luggage... I bet she did. That's exactly who she is.
What?
Declan emails, couldn't Ms. Truss have made herself useful while in Russia and signed them up for a trade deal or something like that? Yeah, one of her huge and tremendous trade deals. How's Brexit going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Channel ports such as Dover could grind to a halt for both traders and travellers this summer as a result of post-Brexit border controls, the UK's leading logistics trade body has said. But as these are experts in possession of facts, nobody was remotely interested in anything they had to say. Now, traders is one thing, but if you're going on your jolly hollies and you're going into Europe, because, you know, it's like a never-ending smorgasbord of delights, then to be held up for ever and a day, like in a 17-mile queue, just trying to get out of this country, that's where people will start to draw the line. Logistics UK, the trade body, said that the EU biometric border controls due to be introduced this year would create long delays unless EU and UK authorities worked together to resolve urgent issues with a new system. Any chance of that?
No.
Working urgently together. Sarah, now, I'll spell it for you and then I'll try and pronounce it. She's the organisation's head of European policy. She's called Sarah Laouadi. Laouadi. Sarah, can I interest you in a consonant? Laouadi. Wow. Sarah Laouadi. She's the organisation's head of European policy. So she said the forthcoming entry-exit system could have a severe impact on waiting times to channel ports of Dover and Folkestone. She cited independent modelling that projected queues of up to 29 miles. Wow. 29-mile queue to get out of the country. And this is in addition to the queues that we've got at the moment, which they're pretending don't exist, the government. Because we have another series of checks that are coming in the summer. 29 miles. Logistics UK said the new EES passport checking system needs urgent attention, as it would currently require drivers to leave their vehicles and cross live traffic lanes in ports and terminals to undergo passport checks. Not only would this create safety risks, but it would have a severe impact on the time it takes to cross the border and knock-on effects on traffic flows on both sides of the channel. Yeah, it'll be one of those Brexit wins we've heard so much about. We'll be able to spend more time in Dover. The warnings followed the publication of a House of Commons report that was highly critical of the government's management of the UK border after Brexit. Well, that'll be Priti Patel's fault, I reckon. She being in charge of border farce. The only detectable impact so far, and Smug should be paying close attention to this because he is searching for Brexit benefits. This is a House of Commons report on the government's management of UK borders after Brexit. Remember, we could take control of our borders again. A 27-page report from the Commons Public Accounts Committee said the government had promised that Brexit would free British businesses, enabling them to maximise productivity. But the reality had proved very different since January 2021. That's right. The only detectable impact so far is increased costs, increased paperwork and border delays, said the chair of the committee, Dame Meg Hillier. She said it's time the government was honest about the problems of Brexit rather than over-promising. Yeah, I think the honesty boat has sailed and sunk. They can't be honest now. They're like a poker player holding a pair of twos with all his money on the table. They're all in. They've drunk the Kool-Aid. They're asking for some more. Honesty about the situation is not an option anymore. They have to keep the lie up. And that they're so bereft of any idea about a positive outcome of Brexit that they're actually asking readers of The Sun to come up with some. It's just absolutely incredible. The only impact so far, increased costs, paperwork and border delays. That's what we've got for Brexit. The government has promised that it will create the world's most effective border by 2025. Anybody believing that?
No.
That's what they said. We're going to create the world's most effective border by 2025, 3 years' time. They're going to digitise the border processes. But the Public Accounts Committee expressed scepticism that the government was on track to deliver it. This government couldn't deliver a pizza. They sprayed £37 billion on a test and trace phone app that doesn't work. Can you imagine how much digitising the border process will cost and how much it won't work? We're going to have to invent new words just to describe how awful it will be. Tess emails, try an ostrich egg omelette. An ostrich egg omelette. One size does not fit all. Yeah, I think it's a no from me. Where are you going to get one anyway? From an ostrich. Let's have a call in Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Nick, good morning.
Simon.
I want to just have a brief talk about arrogance, if I may.
Arrogance?
Arrogance. You keep, well, not just you. It's not an attack on you. Don't worry. But you keep broadcasting all these future plans that the government have got. Do they? This is a rhetorical question. Do they seriously think they're going to be in power after the next general election?
I would bet money that they will be.
Oh God! Please don't say that. Please don't say that, because I am. Oh my God! Please don't say that, because the thing is, I'm just, the people out there like your Brians who haven't learned anything. I just am so looking forward to the reveling in the fact that when they are binned, then those people will be distraught, because it'll be a bit of justice.
Yes, Simon, but they've been in power for 11 years and they still won a stonking majority. People don't seem to learn from experience at all.
Yeah. But that wasn't after this. There was a little by-election yesterday down the road from me, and they came third. Lib Dem got the seat. It was only a council one, but even so, I think that there is a serious appetite for change in this country amongst the majority.
I bet the turnout was practically zero.
No, it wasn't too bad actually.
What was it?
But I can't remember. But
so you're making it up?
No, I'm not. I promise you, I'm not. That was one thing. The second thing is, right, arrogance again. When they refer to what the public want,
yes,
it makes me feel as if they think they own me. And shouldn't it be the other way around?
Well, yes, they're supposed to work for us.
Yes.
Yeah, not the other way around. Yeah.
And we're to them, they are in their rightful place, and we are tools with which to enable them to be there. That's the way I think they see us.
We should learn our place.
Exactly. But I just don't recognise this country now. It is just an appalling place. And I mean, as far as those two talk about the goon show, going out to the Ukraine to talk up. I mean, let's look at this in perspective, right? They have destroyed this country. They have tucked us away into a corner. They have made us weak. They have made us feeble. They have really done a number on us. So how dare they go out there and try and be the big man? Oh, God.
What's comical is that they've shrunk us. I mean, this is a shrunken country by comparison to where we were before they took over and led us down this ruinous Brexit path. And it's a bit difficult to get past that, because we imagine ourselves to be still, the country that ruled the world when the map was pink. But we're so not that anymore. And we used to be a part of a much bigger organisation that could really shout loudly. But now, for reasons known only to themselves, which I suspect are all to do with financial deregulation, which is absolutely not in our interest, is only in the interest of the financial finaglers, of whom there are quite a number in government. Now we are a less important country, which is this tiny tax avoidance bracket off the coast of Europe now, and it's very hard to get past that. Which is, I think, why they're so desperate to hold on to nuclear weapons at any cost, is because only that now allows us to strut around on the stage giving it the big I am. All right, thanks a lot, Simon. Pretty depressing, but that's where we are. And they're still refusing to admit that Brexit has nothing but downsides. What's comical is that they can't actually come up with any positives yet, to the point that we've got Smug writing in the Sun asking for people to tell him what to do with his new non-job, which is to find Brexit bonuses so that they can crow about them. That they actually asked other people to find them for him is just amazing, really. I mean, what further evidence do you need that none of this is actually as sold? If there were such great benefits, we would have seen them by now. We wouldn't still be looking for them. And the border thing is just is it in microcosm. Logistics UK, the trade body of the logistics, like the lorry driver people, they said that we're looking at 29-mile queues because of these biometric border controls due to be introduced this year. We've already got 17-mile queues. It's about to get much, much worse, so they say. But like I said before, they're only experts, so no one's remotely interested in anything they've got to say. And the government's own Public Accounts Committee, they described the digital border strategy as a noteworthy ambition. I think this is them being sarcastic. A noteworthy ambition. And judged that it was optimistic, given current progress. We're not convinced it's underpinned by a detailed plan to deliver it, it said. Plan? There's no strategy. It's also, what would Donald Trump do?
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Zero strategy. It's another one of these I'm gonnas. Gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. You trust me, don't you? Logistics UK expressed concerns over the lack of information on the border inspection posts that are going to open in July and on which products will be processed at which posts. This information should be available now, they said. The government aren't interested in the little people, not leprechauns. Those small businesses had the chance to donate millions of pounds to the Conservative Party, but they didn't take that opportunity, so they get nothing. The government said that it believed traders had adapted well to the introduction of new customs controls, adding that there had been minimal disruption at the border with freight flowing effectively through UK ports, which is so totally opposite of true. They just imagine that they can say anything now because words are meaningless. We're not about truth and honesty and facts anymore. It's all about feelings now, baby. And just enough Brexit fundamentalists are sticking to their fantasies of freedom that this regime can get away with telling you that up is down and that those 17-mile queues to get through the ports are not there. These are not the queues you're looking for, like a Jedi mind trick. But Bodger's not a Jedi. He's Jabba the Gut. No offence. Right, some texts and tweets or as many as I can get through in the next minute or so. I'll have to do the rest of them tonight when I come back. David texts, the police have sent out a questionnaire to members of staff at Downing Street. Wasn't it a quiz that got them into trouble in the first place? Ian says, never mind duck eggs, Waitrose used to sell ostrich eggs. Massive, but currently out of stock. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that at all. Paul says, if it looks like Bojo will get a fine, he'll just send Jacob Rees-Mogg to the Queen to get rid of the police and the judiciary. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if the law says you owe a fine that you have transgressed the law, simply get rid of the law. Declan emails, I once had a goose in Cork. They lay maybe 2 to 3 eggs a week. They're huge and so delicious. Yeah. Probably a little too eggy for me. Jane says, regarding tooth pain, I was getting exactly the same thing with tooth pain. I started using toothpaste for sensitive teeth. Unbelievable, it worked, says Jane. Sensitive teeth? What, woke teeth? Is that what you mean? I'll be back at 10 o'clock tonight, when hopefully my brain will be engaged, because it doesn't seem to have been over the last 3 hours. Never mind, you can't win them all. Declan emails, I once had a goose in Cork. Really? How is it for you? He says, they lay maybe 2 to 3 eggs a week. They're huge and so delicious. He says. Jane says, regarding tooth pain, I was getting exactly the same thing with tooth pain, and then I started using toothpaste for sensitive teeth. Unbelievable it worked, says Jane. What, like it says on the packet? Paul texts, The average Sun reader... Well, this is Jacob Smug. You know Smug, don't you?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah, he wrote this risible letter to readers of The Sun, full of five-syllable words, urging them to tell him what to do in his new job. I'll tell him what to do. He's the Minister for Sighing. Anyway, Paul says the average Sun reader understood unfettered because, Smug was going on about how now we are out from under the evil auspices of the European socialist superstate. No! Now we are unfettered as a nation to go forth and trade less than we used to and import hormonal beef and all that other stuff we don't want to eat. Unfettered, he said. That's what we are, unfettered. The chains are off. And Paul says the average Sun reader understood unfettered as a Greek salad without cheese. I'll bet they didn't. Rich tweeted, we received a letter from my 3 children's dentist last month which stated that they were going to get rid of all their NHS patients. Really? What, like terminated?
Affirmative.
Seems a bit strong, doesn't it? Just take them off your list. You don't have to get rid of them. But if that is the new directive from the NHS, it's a way to keep the waiting list down. Kevin Brisbane says, I pay for private health in Australia and I'm quite happy with it. Knee replacement, wait 1 week. Yeah, well, if you paid for private health in this country, you'd wait 1 week for a knee replacement. If you want to wait for a knee replacement on the NHS, then by the time they get around to you, you'll be freshly dead, I would expect. Either dead or cured, one of the two. I mean, it comes to something, doesn't it? Because the very same people, this applies to dentists as well, the very same people that say, oh, no, I'm going to NHS, oh, no, the waiting list is totally chock-a-block. The very same people, they're not different people, they're not different doctors or dentists, they're the same ones that will say, oh, private patient? Oh, absolutely. How does this afternoon suit you? They're the same people. How come they have an open book? If you've got money, honey, but you can't get seen if you ain't, if you're relying on a system that you've paid for already. People think because it's free at the point of use that it's free. And this is part of the problem with the NHS, I'm certain of it. It's because the NHS treats you as an irritation, not a customer. If you've got money, you just watch the difference in attitudes to your doctor or dentist. They've got all the time in the world for you if you've got money. If you ain't got money and you're one of those awful NHS people that are clogging up their waiting room, with their awful shoes and their bad breath,
disgusting,
then they ain't got no appointments. Not now, not ever, never. But you've paid for it already. That's the annoying thing. Just because you don't pay for it at the point of use doesn't mean to say you haven't paid for it. If you pay taxes, you've paid for it. I think that's part of the problem with the NHS. You don't pay at the point. You just pay all the way along your life. Kevin Brisbane, I just read that. Ian emails, I'm on a 5-year waiting list to have a broken wisdom tooth out, as it's got to be taken out by a surgeon at the hospital. 5 years. Wow. I've waited a year so far, and I've got a temporary filling in, which is just about holding on. I'm too tight to go private, says Ian. Well, some people can't afford to go private. Getting a tooth out privately will cost you, I don't know, £250, £300, £400. But if you've got to get a surgeon at it, well, then there's no end of expense. Then it goes up and up and up. Because you've got the anaesthetist, and you've got the bed, and you've got the machine that goes bing, and you've got all of the various assorted drugs that go with it.
Want to score some pot?
And then you've got the surgeon's time, and then the nice cup of tea and a sandwich afterwards. Of course, it'd probably be soup in your case. Stuart texts, I've always fried duck eggs for 40 years and I've never been ill. They're very tasty. Well, I think that'd be a bit overdone if you fry them for 40 years. 4 minutes, perhaps. And think of the gas he uses. Brian says, try boiling an ostrich egg. It'll keep you going for a month. No, it's too much like something would have been living in it. Like a hen's egg, you can convince yourself that nothing would ever have lived in it. But not an ostrich egg. That's, no thanks. It's a no from me. Max tweets, chicken stuffed with haggis and drizzled with a pepper sauce is Balmoral chicken. Royals. What does that mean? PFT. Is that rude? Does PFT mean something? Oh, right. Pff. As in, pff, Royals. I get it. Nick tweets, if you overboil an egg, the edge of the yolk turns black and the white becomes rubbery. You can overboil an egg and they're not nice to eat, says Nick. I hope you're writing this stuff down, kids, because this is an educational show, no?
No.
Dorothy emails, goose eggs taste the same as chicken eggs. I fry them and cut the egg in half as it's so large. Well, what do you do with the other half? You can also buy orgasmic eggs in Waitrose for £2.80 rather than £4. Orgasmic eggs! And they call them orgasmic eggs because the chicken practically laughs itself to sleep. It's having such a great life. Always look for orgasmic eggs on the shelf of your local supermarket. And you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Tony says Steve Allen watches... Oh, God, with the Steve Allen all the time. What blows my mind is that people who listen to me also listen to Steve Allen. When do you sleep? Seriously, when do you ever go to sleep? How can you listen to me and Steve Allen? We're on a pretty much opposite sides of the clock. They're vigilant, nothing if not vigilant, wide awake at all times. Tony says Steve Allen wants to know where to get a good sandwich. Tell him about your sandwich when you get on your holiday. Oh, Florence, yes. Yeah, you've got to go to Florence to get a good sandwich these days. That's just a fact. And finally from yesterday. Wow, I got through them all. I'm doing very well. Mark says, you should look for the nearest dental school and sign up with them. They are 5th-year students that are supervised. In fact, they take more care than other dentists and they have at least double the time to do the work. If you need a lot of work done, they will set up weekly appointments or sometimes twice weekly until it is completed and you're charged at maximum NHS prices. Students, it's a no from me. And furthermore... No. But thanks for the suggestion, Mark. Don't you ever text this show again. Students. I wouldn't even get a student to cut my hair. Are you kidding? Let's have a call in Peckham. Hello, Jan.
Hello.
Jan.
Yeah, as I said, in the last two was knocked out by my dog. He had his head under my chin and bang, and knocked my two front ones. All the front ones was off.
What kind of a dog is it? A boxer?
No, she's gone now, bless her heart. No, she was Alsatian Rottweiler Labrador Cross, Tina.
Wow, an Alsatian Rottweiler Labrador Cross.
And she was a bitch, and also
that's not nice.
She was riddled with cancer, and she went at 15 years and 5 months. I'm still crying over her now. She's in February the 21st this year.
Isn't 15 years and 5 months quite a long time for a dog?
Well, I mean, normally, because she's crossbreed, she was a bit of everything.
Yeah.
No, she done well, but as I said, I still miss her.
Right.
But now I've got just a year-old turned Jack Russell Parsons dog. Oh my God.
Well, they never stop moving. Fortunately, they're not one of those. You've chosen a dog that's not a yappy dog, so congratulations on that count.
Not a yappy, he barks all the time, and if you don't pay attention to him, he'll just bark at me and say, "Shut up." I'm over there. He has the last word. Oh, it's terrible. He's down with my daughter at the moment. He sleeps with her at night time.
You say shut up to your dog, and it understands that and is quiet immediately.
He don't take no notice. He just barks at him.
Well, it can't understand what you're saying, Jan. Maybe if you slowed down a bit. Try decaffeinated coffee. Thanks a lot, Jan. Cheers, my dear. Although what's really odd is the tooth at the back of my head, which has given me grief for a couple of months now, and I've spent £1,500 just to keep my head. What? It hurts less just after I eat. What's that about? You'd think it would hurt more. Simon tweets, I love your programme, but what will you talk about when Bodge is finally kicked out? Oh, there'll be plenty. There'll be no end of things. I mean, apart from anything else, World War III will cause the world to become a smoking ruin. So we'll have that to talk about. You think the waiting list to get seen by a doctor is long now? You wait till all the hospitals are flat and on fire. Manchester. Hello, Alan.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Alan.
Hi. Yeah, when you mentioned about the athletes last night and what you've read and heard.
About what?
About the athletes being in the village. You said you've read it, like all the different athletes, what they get up to when they're in there.
Oh, what, you mean it's a sexathon after they finish their various competitions?
Yeah. Well, I was watching it today, and half of the athletes, they used to be German, and now they're Dutch because they're married.
Wait a minute. Wait, back up. Half of the athletes used to be German, and now they're Dutch because they're married.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
And then when they,
what does that mean? Half of them used to be German, and now they're Dutch because they're married. What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, they must have gone in the village, and then they've gone up to what you was on about last night, and...
Right, you've got no idea. Okay, good call there, Alan. Excellent work. How do these people get my number? That's what I just don't understand. It's a mystery. Johnny texts, now that Jacko Smug has been appointed as Minister for Brexit Opportunities and Government Efficiency, surely he'll be most proud to be crowned as Bogey Man. Yes, he really is. What? Bogey? Oh, B-O-G-E. Brexit Opportunities and Efficiency. Oh, my God, is this the level that we're at now? I can't believe it. It's not my fault. Or maybe it is. Darryl says, I think subjecting the people to endless Barry Manilow is a violation of their human rights. I mean, surely it's a form of torture. What a great story. New Zealand authorities blasted Barry Manilow and turned on water sprinklers in an attempt to disperse coronavirus vaccine protesters camped outside Parliament. Water sprinklers. Initial moves to try to flush out several hundred protesters who have been camped on the grounds in Wellington since Tuesday had little effect. Who knew that New Zealand was so interesting? I thought they just had scenery. The protesters who have been voicing their opposition to coronavirus vaccine requirements responded to the soaking from the sprinklers by digging trenches and installing makeshift drain pipes to divert the water. Wow! In for the long haul. I mean, that's just... that seems very organised, doesn't it? For hippies. When a downpour struck on Saturday, their numbers only grew. Are you paying attention to this, you fair weather protesters? Protesters brought in bales of straw, which they scattered on the increasingly sodden grounds at Parliament. Some shouted, others danced, and one group performed an indigenous Maori haka. I always thought that seemed a bit rude, didn't it? I mean, okay, so it's part of their history, but what's that got to do with rugby? It just looks rude to me. Why are they allowed to do that? And we can't, we can't, join in with songs about you're going home in a bleeping ambulance. That sort of thing, traditional British songs. Some shouted, others danced. One group performed an indigenous Maori haka. By evening, Parliament Speaker Trevor Mallard had come up with a new plan to make the protesters uncomfortable using a sound system to blast out vaccine messages, Barry Manilow songs, and the 1980s hit Macarena on a repeat loop. And were protesters cowed by this?
No.
Of course not. Protesters responded by playing their own tunes, including Twisted Sisters, We're Not Gonna Take It.
Rock and roll!
And so I looked up Twisted Sisters, We're Not Gonna Take It. Guess what the first line is? The first line is, and I quote, guess what? I've got a fever.
What?
Mm-hmm. That's what the first line is. I mean, could they have picked a better one than that? We've got the right to choose it. There ain't no way we'll lose it. This is our life. This is our song. We'll fight the powers that be. Just don't pick our destiny. Because you don't know us, you don't belong. Okay, so some of those lyrics make sense in this context, but not many. But then we are talking about Twisted Sister. Barry Manilow. I think that Barry Manilow has been unfairly maligned. Barry Manilow is responsible for a lot of really, really great pop tunes. Copacabana being one of them, probably the preeminent one. How can anybody hear that on the radio and not tap a toe to it? Natalie emails, yes, the Speaker of the House here in New Zealand has employed some interesting methods to rid Parliament grounds of wingnuts. He left the grass sprinklers on all night, played Barry Manilow on a continuous loop of COVID public health messages, and this morning singer James Blunt tweeted to the New Zealand police, "Give me a shout if this doesn't work." He has a history of self-deprecation as James Blunt. If I liked his music, I might appreciate him more. But, you know, unfortunately... You're beautiful. Dom texts, my dentist had a posh waiting room for private patients and what felt like a pauper's waiting room for the NHS patients. It was absolutely dreadful. The poor door. That's a bit much. My dentist doesn't have a waiting room anymore. I don't know whether they're just too tight to... gone around that said, you are not allowed to have a waiting room anymore because of, you know, the invisible menace. But it seems a bit odd. Because, as you know, if you've ever been to the dentist, they never, ever, 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 ever see you on time. As in, ever. I waited an hour in a place that doesn't have chairs. I was a bit disappointed, to put it mildly. I wasn't angry, I was just disappointed. How can you have a medical facility without a waiting room? That is mystifying to me. So what are you supposed to do? Well, what I did was just sat on the floor in the hall like a tramp. Liverpool. Hello, Vincent.
How are you, Nick? You all right, mate?
Yeah, good, thanks.
No, that's brilliant. I said, I was just saying to one of the lads there when I got through, I said, they were playing Barry Manilow. I was devastated because I paid 80 nickel a year before that to watch him on the Palladium.
Wow. £80? Was that the face price of the ticket, or did you pay a scout?
No, £79 was for their popcorn.
Right.
But it was worth every penny, to be honest.
Worth every kernel. Yeah, well, he does a good tune.
I tell you what, I couldn't stop clapping. He was that bad, to be honest.
Right. Okay. I think we're straying into stand-up comic routine there, Vincent. So I'll save you the trouble. Thanks a lot, mate. Peter texts, when Boris Johnson is filling out a questionnaire, if he puts the answers in order, will he get extra points? Well, that's a good question. Are there any experts in that regard?
And it was 30 or 35 questions. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's woman, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, and then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go, woman, man, person, man, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy. And that's not an easy question. In other words, they ask it to you, they give you 5 names and you have to repeat them, and that's okay. If you repeat them out of order, it's okay, but you know, it's not as good. But then when you go back about 20, 25 minutes later and they say, go back to that question, they don't tell you this, go back to that question and repeat them. Can you do it? And you go, camera, man, person, woman, TV. They say, that's amazing. How did you do that? I do it because I have like a good memory, because I'm cognitively there.
He's cognitively there.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
He's like a smart person.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order. You know, fortunately, Donald Trump will be the president of the United States again.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
I betcha. And he will, therefore, take the eye off us. We will no longer be the laughing stock of the world. This is just a brief period that we have to suffer that indignity. It's but a blip, ladies and gentlemen. He hasn't gone away. He's just swum out to sea. He'll be back. So if we could just hang on, if we can just get through this period of being the laughing stock of the world, then Donnie is going to take over and put us out of our misery.
Oh, shut up!
Thanks, Donnie. We appreciate it. Your husband's not the most powerful man in the world anymore, Melania.
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered. Dude tweets, "You have put me off eggs for life thanks to the discussion that you had yesterday," says Dude.
Yeah! Dude!
Is it the part of the discussion which was about where they came from?
Disgusting.
Yeah, did you not know that? Best not to think about it, Dude. Waztex, just got home from shopping and I've got baking paper instead of foil. Oh, I'm having a day. What am I going to wrap my salmon sandwiches in, says Waz. Well, how about wrapping them in your gums? Eat them. Stop whining. Wrap them in baking paper. I mean, it won't seal itself. You have a little bit of sellotape. Be perfect. Actually, what's really, really good, and is one of my favourite products in the whole wide world ever, is baking paper and foil combined into the one thing. It's great. I mean, you can wrap anything in it, and it just lasts forever. You can wrap one thing, and then you don't have to throw it away when you finish with it. You can wipe it down, and then use it for something else. It's a very, very good product, but you can't buy it anywhere. Well, you can't buy it in supermarkets. For some reason, they don't stock it in supermarkets anymore. It's baking paper and foil combined. And I have to actually get it from an evil online shopping facility. I couldn't find it anywhere else. Forced to. Caroline says, try a fried egg on noodles with chili sauce. Yum. I might. Barnes. James.
Nick.
James.
Good evening. Listening to that little segment about Donald Trump, it brought back memories of wasn't life simple in those days.
It was funnier.
It was fun, exactly.
Well, initially it was funnier, and then it was frightening.
And then it became fine. But Nick, joking aside, despite everything we know about that man, I am convinced. And Lord Dannatt today was speaking to Matt Fry. He didn't mention, and he didn't mention Trump. But if Trump would have been president, he would have made sure that Putin knew.
Wait a minute. What's this got to do with Lord Dannatt? You said he didn't mention Trump, but you're bringing him into your argument anyway.
I know. Well, there you go. But Lord Dannatt today said that behind the scenes, he would hope that all the presidents and the prime ministers are assuring Putin that there is no way that they're going to allow Ukraine to join NATO.
It's got nothing to do with us. Okay, we sent Liz Truss.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the level of our commitment.
That's all you need to know.
Exactly.
That's all you need to know. But I am sure that if Trump would have been president, none of this would have happened. There would be no build-up of troops where there is.
Why are you sure about that? Trump seemed to be Vladimir Putin's best friend in the whole wide world.
He was, but I just think that he would have made sure.
How would he have done that?
Because he would have said to NATO, there is no way that we're going to allow Ukraine to join NATO, and quite rightly. And that was where I got Lord Dannatt into it, because Lord Dannatt said that in his opinion, and he used to be head of the armed forces, that when the Soviet Union collapsed, all the European countries, Eastern European, aligned themselves with the Western NATO, except Ukraine, who aligned themselves with Russia. And he said quite rightly today, there is no way Ukraine should anyway be allowed into NATO, and we should ensure that Putin knows that ain't going to happen.
Why not? But why, though? I mean, if the people want it, then why can't they have it?
The question is, Nick, is that if Putin is saying, and you can say, well, it's bribery, but is it not behind the scenes, would it not be better to say to Ukraine, you're not going to be allowed to come into NATO, and make sure that Putin knows that, and then it will all be over. That's
right. Just give Vladimir Putin everything he wants, and then it'll all be over. Yeah, that sounds like a great plan. What if the people want it, James?
If the people want it, do we know whether the people want it, Nick?
Answer the question. What if the people want it?
Listen, we, the people, want Mr. Johnson out of Downing Street.
Well, some of us.
A lot of us. We all do.
So you're saying that because it's not going to happen, then it should not happen?
I'm saying that I think that it would be sensible for the world to
just give Vladimir Putin anything he wants. Yeah, great plan.
No, it's not about giving him anything he wants. You can understand he doesn't want Ukraine to be a NATO part of NATO.
No, actually, I can't understand. You explain it to me. What's he pretending to be frightened of? That we're going to invade Russia?
No, there's nothing for him to be frightened of, but he is delusional and paranoid.
Right, so we give a delusional paranoid anything that he wants because that's going to placate him. Do you seriously think that if we give him this, that he's going to sit back in his chair and think, oh, no, now life is great, I don't have any further demands?
I think that, yes, he will, actually. I actually do.
Well, James, James, what you know about paranoid psychotics is worth writing on the back of a stamp.
Probably true. But, Nick, do you think that they had an expert on Channel 4 News last week.
Oh, an expert.
A military expert. There's millions of them.
There are. All of whom disagree with all of the others. But go on.
Exactly. Well, it's a bit like the people who were telling us about the virus and the vaccines. And, everybody, you can always get a scientist to tell you something that is contrary to the last one.
Precisely.
But he was saying that, there's 100,000 troops along a 2,500 kilometre border. That's not enough to have any type of invasion. Sure, they can have an excursion, but they're not going to take. They're not going to do anything.
Excursion? What?
That's what he was saying. Why 100,000 troops is not enough to have an invasion?
It depends what you're invading. 100,000 seems like a pretty big number to me. I mean, and what are they? What sort of weaponry are they using? You could have one person with a nuclear weapon, and that would be enough.
You could. But Nick, at the end of the day, we do not want to start having a war that escalates.
We're not starting it. Putin is starting it.
He is, but at the same time, Nick, would it not be prudent at this stage?
Just give him everything he wants. No, I seriously doubt that it would be prudent to give for somebody like Vladimir Putin an inch because he will take a mile.
So you would agree that they should say to Putin, if Ukraine wants to join NATO and we agree, that's fine by us.
What's it got to do with Putin?
Because, like I said, the man thinks that NATO is expansionist and thinks that NATO is a threat. And they will be.
I don't believe that he thinks anything of the sort. I think he's using it as an excuse for trying to cover up his various political travails at home because he's not the most popular man in Russia by a long chalk. And so a little light war will get the people behind the flag.
Well, apparently a lot of the generals are very unhappy about what's going on.
Correct.
That's what
at least the ones that are still breathing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that all this stuff with Boris Johnson saying this is the most dangerous moment in our history I think this is all nonsense. I don't think there will be a war. I don't think he will invade. And I think this is all flabber and bluster.
Yeah, flabber and bluster, which is what was going through my mind from the moment that this call started. You have got no idea what you're talking about, James. Your answer to this problem was Donald Bloomin' Trump.
Well, but you like the man.
No, I don't. I hate him with a passion. He was funny for a while, and then he got completely out of control.
It has gotten totally out of control.
Totally out of control. But anyway, thanks a lot, James. If the answer is Donald Trump, what on earth is the question? 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Bruce tweets, not the fourth rail bridge, Nick, it's the fourth bridge. Plain and simple. You should know this, having lived there in your youth. Yeah, I used to ski with a view of the bridge up at a place called Hill End. And I used to go there after school. And as was the case just generally, I mean, growing up in Edinburgh, I've been there since school and was just astonished at how beautiful it is. Of course, when you're at school, you don't notice any of that stuff. The view from the top of Hill End is astounding, and I didn't even see it. Spent endless hours up there. It's like one of those nylon ski slopes, so you can ski there all year round. It snows right enough in the winter, and you can ski on the snow, which is very, very slippy and dangerous. And then you can ski on the nylon bristles. But the view from up the top of there is just absolutely incredible. And I never saw it at all until I went back as an adult, as a grown-up. Not the fourth rail bridge, just the fourth bridge. So there's the fourth bridge and there's the fourth road bridge. But I think most people would say the fourth rail bridge to differentiate between the two, Bruce, so you can stick it. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. Chris says, with all this talk about eggs, I thought I should ask your advice. Why is it that my favourite substance, chocolate, seems to be frequently mistreated by the strange addition of salt? What's going on? Yeah, that gets my goat, Chris. I go into a supermarket near me, and they've got every kind of chocolate that is available to humankind, except the one that I want, which is just plain. I just want plain chocolate. I don't want salt in it. I don't want almonds in it. I don't want fruit in it. I don't want toffee in it. I don't want chili in it. Who wants chili in chocolate? I'll tell you who. No one. That's who. Stop mucking about with our treats. Couldn't agree more, Chris. Thanks for bringing that important issue to my attention. Scunthorpe. Hello, Tim.
Hey, how you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Good to speak to you again, mate. James, the previous caller, I think, I don't know if he's a veteran or not, but with respect to the guy, he said excursion. Well, to me, that would be a few of the, like, a couple of hundred of these Russian troops going over the border, I think, and hitting the first village, having a few beers, having some goulash, and pick up a few flowers, then go back over the road and say, oh, thanks, that was it. I think he meant incursion. But anyway, that aside...
Excursion, yeah, that's right.
Tonight, though, there was a news post, and there was this Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, and he was watching one of his, like, battlefield exercises going on, publicity, and that. He did say he's quite a bit concerned about the UK and the President of the United States, Biden, giving it a bit big lips about withdrawing personnel from the embassies and things like that, and asking multinationals to come back, and to get home because there's no chance of it. And he said, look, this is causing panic in my country. He says, I don't want you to cause panic and what have you. And it made me chuckle, I'm afraid, when you know there's, 130,000 troops, and I go back to what James just said a minute ago, though, and that's my point. 130,000 troops, they've got missile battalions, they've got what used to be called shock armies. In the 80s I was in the military, and, it was all Berlin walls up then, and, they've got shock armies, they've got the same tactics, they've got missile battalions, they've got...
Yeah, they got tanks and bullets and guns and all of that stuff.
And just to let James know, if he looks at the map at the minute where there's been some proven sort of reports on what's been going on there, I've got family in Romania, and they are, I'm not Romanian, but I've got my wife's family in Romania, and they get information, obviously. They're closer to the score on things. And, basically, from the Crimea, from the east border, and obviously Belarus, James was saying, 130,000 isn't enough to embark on an invasion.
Of course it is.
Massively. You could do it with half the troops. The point is, at the end of the day, it is almost... there's that tri-border, and that was another interesting, funny thing tonight on the news. I watched a news report from a foreign news station, and they've gone into a village, There's a border crossing that crosses. It's a tri-border. A road from Russia leads to it, and Belarus, and then the Ukraine. So these reporters went 1.5 miles down the Ukrainian road to the first village. Now, it's got about 150 people in it. And they said, people don't want to talk about it. We'll be knocking on every door and nobody's coming to the door. Mate, they're not there. They've done a runner.
Well,
so I think Mr. Zelensky needs to look, and I wonder what information he's putting out. But, James, listen to him, mate.
Yeah,
I've been in the forces, and it's ridiculous. You can easily... It's a straight road from Belarus right through Kiev. So,
don't get excited about what he said. Like I said before, his answer to this problem was Donald Trump. So I think that's all we need to know. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Tim. Everybody's getting freaked out about this, like it's going to be World War III. Relax. It's just going to be an excursion to a local raffia making factory, something like that. Or some wine tasting, perhaps.
Booze.
Exactly. Nothing to be afraid about. I heard that Kiev was bizarrely quiet. There was videos on the World Wide Web from Kiev today, and everybody was going about their business. Meanwhile, the message from from Her Majesty's government in this country...
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Yeah, we sent Liz Truss over there. And she took her hat. That'll teach them. She didn't even get to sit at that stupidly huge desk that Vlad the Insaner made Macron sit at. I mean, I know that it was supposedly a COVID thing, but it absolutely, totally and definitely wasn't a COVID thing. He's nuts. Stella says, I had a trainee hairdresser dye my hair, and she did a brilliant job. I would even have a student surgeon if I could pay cheaper, says Stella. Stella! A student surgeon. You're... yeah, well, it's entirely possible, of course, that you will have a student surgeon next time you're under the knife. After you've had the knockout drops. Anything could happen, Stella. Alison says, how come Johnson and his partners in crime, brackets, allegedly, get a questionnaire in 7 days to fill it in? I bet none of the thousands of ordinary people who were fined were investigated in this way. Has Johnson been asked to do it with an actual pen, or are they letting him do it in crayon? I bet they're letting him do it in pencil, so he can rub out the mistakes. You know, if he mixes up any of his stories. Forgets what his truth is this week. It has to be written truthfully. Right. He'll have to have some of his people explain to him what that means. Streatham. Hello, John. Oh, hello. My God. Are you under attack?
Me?
Yes, John.
Sorry, I was just cooking a brisket.
A brisket?
Yes. I look, what happened is I've been listening to you for years, and I might have slightly misjudged the call because when I called your boy on the desk, right, there was talk of the war being discussed, and you're like me, sort of a lefty hippie, and I thought
I am not a lefty hippie. I am left-wing on some issues and right-wing on others, and central with with consideration to most of the issues that might come up, just like any other person. If you are only right-wing in everything you think, or left-wing, then that means you haven't thought about anything.
Or you'd be elected to this current government.
Yes.
By the looks of things. But no, so this is what I mean. I think I misjudged the call because I've only ever fallen out with you once when we were talking about what's a good salary on the 50 grand issue. So I think your position is that we should do Putin on the field, like we should attack, right?
I think we should attack Vladimir Putin.
Or defend the Ukrainians. Is that your position or not?
What, does defending the Ukraine actually involve attacking Vladimir Putin?
I mean, it will be, we're going to fall out. I was going to have a jovial call about Priti Patel, but this might be a slightly more tense one. My issue is this, right?
Yeah, my issue, John, is I'm not remotely interested whether we fall out or not. I'm not concerned in any way, shape or form. Okay, I don't know who you are.
Yeah, well, okay. The point is this. Whenever we've been attacked over the past 20 years, right, when we were attacked on July the 7th, for example, we didn't attack back, even though the July 7th bombers had trained on bases in Pakistan,
Who were
right?
we going to... We weren't attacked by a country.
No, but they trained and they had support from within.
If they had trained in Bristol, would we launch an attack on Bristol?
That's not. You're in a bad mood today. No,
I'm not in a bad mood. If you say an asinine thing, I'm not just going to nod my head and agree with you. Who were we going to attack?
Well, we should have bombed Pakistan.
We should have bombed Pakistan because somebody from Pakistan attacked us.
No, they were from Leeds. We have had.
Right, well, here's a better idea. Let's bomb Leeds.
We have had suicide attacks from people with bases in Libya. I've worked within this area. Networks in Libya, networks in Pakistan.
In Saudi Arabia. Let's bomb Saudi Arabia.
Oh, absolutely. We should have bombed Saudi Arabia before we bombed Iraq. We go into wars to help the military-industrial complex, and then it's presented to people such as yourself, and you buy into it as being this brave fight. We keep involving ourselves.
John, you just told me we should bomb Pakistan and Saudi Arabia.
Of course, yeah. The people who are bombing us. And you're Libyan.
They specifically were not bombing us. People from those countries were bombing us.
With state support. I mean, how naive do you have to be?
If you walked down the road of Streatham and somebody from the East End of London took your wallet, would you want to bomb the East End of London?
I'm not a state or a state actor, you silly man. We have had children blown up in this country from networks within. We bombed Libya when Libya was not a threat to us. We destabilised a secular dictator there.
Right.
We were going to bomb Syria.
So on the one hand, you seem to be saying that we shouldn't get involved in wars, and on the other hand, you seem to be thinking that we should start wars wherever, in whatever corner of the world we find a disagreement.
No, when we're attacked. When
we are attacked by a country, perhaps.
Or by individuals.
John, you are out of your mind. We would bomb a nuclear power because some people from that country did a bad thing here. Wow. Okay, if that's what it takes to fall out with you, then consider us fallen out. That's in a packed schedule. That's the stupidest thing I've heard in a good long while. Josh texts, I prescribe eating for your tooth, Nick. You'll be morbidly obese, but painlessly so. I don't really understand the concept there, Josh. Although, weirdly, eating does make my tooth feel better. So you may have something there. Domino texts, isn't it obvious we can listen to you and Steve Allen on podcasts? Also, I've been catching up with your 2020 shows when COVID-19 was starting, and it's a really strange listen. Well, funny you should say that, Domino, but I have put together on a weekly basis a thing called the Nick Abbott Habit, which is clips, funny clips, all the concentrated funny bits of old shows. And I am at the moment going through the beginning of 2020 when we were just hearing word from this invisible menace from China. China. And Donald Trump was still in position. And it's just, it's so bizarre to go through those old shows and pulling out clips and knowing what was to come. Of course, we didn't know then, if only we did. If only we did, there would be absolutely nothing we could do about it because it would, our reality would have remained the same. But the podcast is called The Nick Abbott Habit, and if you have a half hour and you wish to be amused, I think you'll love it. Ask for it by name on an internet near you, The Nick Abbott Habit. Richmond, hello, Claire.
Hello.
Claire.
I've been waiting ages to speak to you.
Waiting ages? Stop whining.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
All right, okay. I forgot what was going to call you about.
It certainly has been worth the wait.
Well, basically, you were talking about teeth and dentists, weren't you?
Yeah.
Well, my brother has had all his top teeth taken out yesterday.
Is that wise?
And,
why did he have his top teeth taken out?
Well, because he's got very bad gum disease and they had to come out.
Okay. Don't tell me any more.
And all right. Okay. I'll forget that then. Next thing is, why doesn't Steve Allen make his own bacon sandwich and take it to work with him and heat it up in the microwave or something?
Why? Who makes his bacon sandwich?
Well, can't he make it?
But where does bacon sandwich come from? Are you saying that Steve Allen ordinarily eats a bacon sandwich?
Wait, well, you were talking before, about an hour ago,
Yeah.
about Steve Allen and how he can't have a bacon sandwich at work for some reason.
Did I say that?
And he's always gone, yeah, he did.
I don't think
and
so.
He's always, did.
I don't know. You must have been waiting for a really, really long time because you were waiting for from a previous show. I haven't talked a word about Steve Allen's bacon sandwich.
You did.
I certainly did nothing of the sort.
Did. I wrote it down.
Well, okay, so
You
that makes
said
it
that
true.
Steve Allen can't. Sorry.
Just because you wrote it down doesn't make it true any more than Boris Johnson writing down the answers to a questionnaire makes the answers true.
Don't mention him. I can't stand him.
Who? Boris Johnson?
Yeah.
You don't want me to mention Boris Johnson?
You can mention him, but no, you did. You said Steve Allen can't get a bacon sandwich at work, and he's always going on about it because I listened to him.
I most certainly did nothing of the sort, Claire.
Oh.
You're hearing things.
Anyway, and you're talking about Afghanistan.
So we've had teeth, bacon sandwich, and now Afghanistan. Wow, you are all over the map, Claire.
No, I'm not. But you were talking about Afghanistan, weren't you?
I wasn't, but go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that I work with a lady from Afghanistan, and she's going back there next week.
Is that wise?
And no, I keep telling her not to go, but she hasn't seen her mother in 4 years, and she's sorry.
She's determined.
She is, and I'm worried about her.
Yeah, with
because,
justification.
I lost my mother recently,
right?
And I just think that it's, she's going back on her own. It's going to be quite difficult for her to.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, wish her all the best from me. Tell us to send us a postcard. All right.
All right.
Thanks a lot, Claire. So, a postcard of one of the beautiful ruined scenes in Afghanistan, if anything is actually still standing enough to have a picture taken of it. Dominic, no, read that one. Cheryl emails, we've got 3 greyhounds rescued from Spain, and at first they couldn't understand English, so we had to speak Spanish to them. However, now they've learnt what shut up means. It means in English. Well, shut up is English. You mean what, whatever the Spanish for shut up is, now they understand okay. Something like that. I kind of got lost there myself.
Oh, shut up!
Will do, Donny. Will do. David texts, maybe they could play Barry Manilow on the Ukraine border. That's a good idea, David. I'm not sure that Barry Manilow would actually work as a method to dissipate a crowd. I think I'd quite get into that. I mean, if it was just the same song over and over again, that would get a little bit annoying after about an hour or so, but I don't know, if they put on Barry Manilow's greatest hits, I think I'd stick around and, enjoy it a while. On the other hand, if it was Twisted Sister, which is what the crowd played in response, apparently, in New Zealand, how they played it back, I've got no idea. Maybe they played it through their phones. Put their little Bluetooth headphones on really loud. That annoying sound that you get when you sit next to somebody on a train. Twisted Sister they played. I mean, that would have made me up and leave. But Barry Manilow, not so much. Ricky texts, we now know not to use ABBA to get rid of the bodger. Yeah, that's right. He's immune to ABBA. Immune to our protestations. Feltham, hello, Ian.
Yep.
Ian.
Hello. Hello, Nick.
Ian.
You were talking about big numbers with James earlier, when you talking about Russia, Ukraine, President Putin. Now, here's a very big number for you, 27 million.
Big numbers? What are you talking about, big numbers?
Well, you said something to James about that's a big number. When you were talking about 2 callers ago about Russia, Ukraine, President Putin, Biden, whatever.
100,000 troops massed on the border. He didn't think that was very many people. It sounded like a lot of people to me.
I tell you what's a lot of people, 27 million.
27 million people. That sounds like a lot of people.
Yes. Now, that's the number of people who died between 1941 and 1945 in Operation Barbarossa and traumatised the Soviet Union, and particularly the Russian people. And they still got that psyche of worry and then they're going to have a hostile nation armed with Western arms next door.
Hostile? Hostile? Who's hostile?
Well, it is. It's hostile. If you've got Western weapons from a hostile nation,
no one's going to attack Russia. Why would you think that they would?
Well, I think that's what we all thought in 1941. There was a pact between Stalin and Hitler, and that all ended well.
No, it didn't. Not for Hitler, anyway, or for Stalin, come to think of it.
Yeah. This is like the scene Ireland have for the English. They're traumatised from what England's done to them over the centuries.
Yeah, well, no doubt. I mean, the whole world is traumatised from what England has done to it over the centuries.
Yeah. So and also there was an agreement between Reagan and Gorbachev after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the Warsaw Pact. There will be no advance eastward of NATO. We've gone back on that.
Ian, if the people in those individual countries want to join NATO, then who is to say that they can't? If that is what the people want.
Well, the people in
No, it's got nothing to do with it. They took Crimea specifically because of the explanation that you've just given. I had to bleep it out because he forgot where he was. Or he's just a very angry person. Here, Ian, I tell you what, here's a good piece of advice. I want you to write this down. Stop reading Facebook. It's not doing you any good. Most of the things that you are reading on Facebook were written by a robot.
Affirmative.
You're being had, Ian. So many people like that. There's so many Putin apologists. What's really amazing to me is that, he's just this poor put-upon. He's a nice guy. Yeah, go have tea with him. I double dare you. Paul texts, being soaking wet and dancing to Barry Manilow songs is some people's idea of a good time on a Saturday night. Obviously, the police in New Zealand have never heard I Know a Song That Will Get on Your Nerves by Joe Pasquale. Neither have I. And furthermore, I don't wish to. What's that got to do with it? Lucy texts, could play Cilla Black at the mob. My mother-in-law, bless her, was watching her on TV. She asked me, what is she murdering now? She then said, sometimes I'm glad I'm deaf. Oh, it's not very nice. Gary tweets, help, I'm the only sane one on this planet. Are there any kindly extraterrestrials out there to get me out of here? Well, if you find them, Gary, ask them if they've got a spare seat for me. Let's get out of here. Let's see what this one's like. Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hello, Nick. Thanks, as usual, for keeping me sane.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Nick, last Saturday I mentioned Florence because it was mentioned in the Levelling Up white paper, and that led you to your brilliant riff on the sandwich bar in Florence.
So
and when
yummy.
you do that, you really sparkle. It's one of the bright spots of your show. So thank you very much.
When I talk about food?
No, when you riff on something, you know.
Right. I'd like to go back there. I mean, now I'm thinking about it, And my glamorous assistant last week pulled up a couple of pictures of people proffering their sandwich to the internet, taking pictures of it and sticking it up the World Wide Web. And oh my God, it looks so fabulous.
Brilliant. Hey, Nick, on something serious.
Hang on a minute. Wait, just 1 second. Don't do it again. I see him rooting around the internet. He's going to pull up another pic. Don't do it again. Take that off my screen. Oh, look at that. It's called the Al Antico something or other. Oh, absolutely fantastic. You've never seen anything like it in your life. Get it off my screen.
I'm salivating already.
Yes, me too. Dribbling I am.
Nick, on something more serious, though, Gladstone once said, justice delayed is justice denied. And doesn't this apply to the deliberate delay in slowing up Sue Gray's report, the huge delays in NHS treatment, which we've already paid for? It applies to the decades-long delay in resolving inequality in our society. This should become a battle cry, shouldn't it, against the nasty party? Justice delayed is justice denied.
Yeah, well, I mean, specifically about justice, they've axed, 21,000 police persons, 23,000 police support staff. They've closed 600 police stations, about the same number of magistrates' courts.
Yep.
It's the delay in getting any sort of justice is absolutely enormous, and they've gutted the legal aid system. To call themselves the party of law and order is just a bad joke. But they do, and they get away with it, and anybody that is in that legal system is getting justice denied because it's been delayed so much, and people are just giving up. So they get no justice at all.
Yeah, indeed. It applies so much to today's problems. And one slightly flippant point, if I may, Jacob Rees-Mugg's new job is Minister for Brexit Opportunities. Is that right?
I'm afraid so.
Okay. Nobody has pointed out that he'll have no work to do because there are no opportunities from Brexit. He's a smart bugger, isn't he, to have got that far?
It's an endless job, actually, because he will be forever searching for a benefit of Brexit, and it's a never-ending job if they don't exist. All right, thanks a lot, Vance. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Jenny texts Barry Manilow at the O2 in June. I hope you got your ticket. You know, I was about to check whether he's still alive. Presumably the answer is yes. I wouldn't buy a ticket, but if somebody gave me one, like if the record company is listening to this right now and they were offer me a pair of tickets to go see Barely Man Enough, I would definitely go. Definitely. Jane says, Barry Manilow places all the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order. He's 78 years old. Wow, still alive. Glenn says, if Bodge is filling in a questionnaire, would every answer be the fastest vaccine rollout in the world? Yeah. Every answer that's not, I'm delivering on the will of the people. God, it's painful. It's there was a Boris fan column in the Mail today. Did you see that? From a bloke called Daniel Johnson. Oh, I mean, it encapsulated all of the excuses that Boris fans are doling out now. And it's almost like an email has... Well, I bet that... It's not almost like... I bet an email has gone around telling people that these are the talking points. Because all of these people, they just say the same things over and over and over again. Have I got time for this now? I'll take some calls and I'll get into it. It was excruciating. Let's have Belfast. Hello, Brendan.
Oh, hello. I can't resist calling you. You know, I don't call radio stations, but you just provoke me every time, either with humour or some other reason.
Yeah.
So I would just like to say about the Ukraine. Sorry, I am not an apologist for anyone, and you know, I don't have a dog in the race. So what I would say was, you know, there wouldn't be 500,000 British or 500,000 Americans or 500,000 French living in Ukraine, nor have they had any association with the Ukraine historically. But at the moment, there are 10 million Russians living in Ukraine, and those 10 million Russians actually don't want NATO to move in and move missiles closer to the Russian border.
Well, how do you know? 10 million seems to be a lot of people to
it's a big number,
conclude the way they all think.
Well, it's not how they all think. There are 10 million Russians. There's 25 million Ukrainians who speak Russian as their everyday language.
Well, I speak English, but I don't agree with everything that the government of this country instills and installs.
Yeah, I agree with you. But what I'm saying, I'm not a Putin fan, or I'm not a Boris fan. Boris Johnson, I hate anybody calling him Boris. And I'm not a Macron or Joe Biden.
Yeah,
I'm a wee bit of a Joe Biden fan, to be quite honest. I am a wee bit of a Biden fan. But having said all that, Ukraine was part of the USSR for hundreds of years.
Right. So
I mean, it's a bit like the Malvinas. You know, Thatcher sent a fleet out the middle of the Atlantic.
8,000 miles away, yeah.
Yeah, to the Malvinas, and she tried to say it was the Falklands because there was 800 farmers
We
from
just
England
bumped into it last. The French bumped into it before us, and I think the Portuguese bumped into it before them, and then I think the French were before the Portuguese, so the French bumped into it twice, and then we just happened along it, and we said, okay, this is ours now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm not trying to be an apologist for either Putin or any of them.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, it's hugely it's hypocrisy in the extreme for the Western media to say, well, it's all Putin, it's Putin, it's Putin, it's Putin.
It is.
You know, no, it isn't.
Well, how is I mean, if the good people of Ukraine wanted to be Russian again, then that would be in their ability to do that. They could just vote to go back into Russia. Vlad the Insaner would welcome them with open arms, but they don't do that.
Well, Nick, to be quite honest with you, you're basing that on absolutely nothing other than stuff that you read in the British.
Brendan, you just told me that 10 million people all think the same way. How do you know?
I didn't say that.
You just you said they all wanted to be Russian.
No, I said there are 10 million Russians who have Russian passports who are identified as Russians.
Well, then why are they living in Ukraine then? I mean, why can't they go live in Russia? It's a pretty big landmass. They could find somewhere.
Because Ukraine was part of Russia, and when it was after the USSR fell, those Russians were left behind that border, and they're still there. You know,
they're still there, so they can't cross the border back to their homeland.
Well,
I mean, after all this time, they've been unable to do that. You're not making any sense, Brendan. If the people of Ukraine don't want to be in Russia, then then how is it our business to tell them that they must be, just because Vladimir Putin levels a rifle at them, for crying out loud? God, there's so many Putin apologists in this country. There really are. It just is amazing to me. Just like you only have to mention Donald Trump's name and all of his supporters come crawling out of the woodwork. Where do you people get your information from? Where do you get this the sort of support network of opinions that leads you to think that you're on the right path? I just don't get it. Stop reading Facebook. Most of the things that you read on Facebook that would support these opinions have been written by Russian robots. All of those astroturfing sites. It looks like it's grassroots. You know, it's just a few concerned people. They start off and they write opinions, and then a few more people say, "Yeah, okay, that's right." And it comes up from nothing as a grassroots organisation, or expressing opinions as put onto the internet by these grassroots, but they're not grassroots at all. They're astroturf, because it's made to look as though it's just the opinion of a ragtag bunch of people, but it's actually buildings of professionals who are writing all this stuff and sending it out. They're bots. They're robots, just like this bloke is.
Affirmative.
And there'll be the same people who say, oh, well, if you don't support Boris Johnson, then you're a traitor. Very curious. I think that moon-faced creep who runs Facebook's got a lot to answer for. Before Facebook and social media in general, I think the world was probably a better place. I mean, people were less uninformed. You couldn't get unhinged opinions squirted up your house on a daily basis, because you'd have to actually go out and seek them. You have to go to the library and buy it in book form, or you'd have to buy an English language Russian paper, which probably didn't exist. Now they're everywhere. The internet is the biggest tool of information that has ever been invented, and what we use it for is misinformation. misinformation and videos of pussycats and puppy dogs. I like those. John emails, Nick, when the Drumpf becomes POTUS again, how do you think Donny will feel about his buddy Sleepy Joe taking the US to war before Donny said he would? I feel aggrieved, probably.
I'll bring us into war.
I mean, he did promise that, and everybody was stunned when he didn't. He just got, busy trying to start a war in his own country. Got all wrapped up in an attempted coup. Too busy to start a war with anybody else. Gerald texts, you are so right. Trump in power made Boris look quite normal by comparison. Now Trump's gone. The clown of Boris has been highlighted. Yeah, and the crown. The clown and the crown. How does he get his hair to do that, by the way?
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
You just don't. Hove and Freddie.
Hi, Nick. How's it going, mate?
Good, thanks.
Cool. I just wanted to phone in to speak to you because I've been reading reports about in New Zealand they're kind of trying to repel protesters by playing Barry Manilow.
Yes.
I was wondering if we're missing a trick on the Ukrainian-Russian border.
Which is?
Well, which is, like, could we send over, like, I don't know, a PA system and Robbie Williams or something like that? And,
well, let's not
the situation.
Let's not get carried away. Robbie Williams. Ugh. That sounds like a cruel and unusual punishment. What have they done to deserve that?
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't. I'll be honest with you. As I've been listening to your show, that I've heard some other callers call in, and to be honest, a much more pressing matter is Steve Allen's bacon sandwich.
I agree entirely. Steve Allen's bacon sandwich. Get Steve Allen on the phone right now. I mean it. Well, wake him up. People want to know. I don't know where this bacon sandwich thing came into it. I don't believe that I mentioned it in any way, shape or form, but people seem to be obsessed with Steve Allen and his bacon bloomin' sandwich. Should Steve Allen actually be eating a bacon sandwich? I'm not sure. I'll look into it, Freddie.
I want to know.
Leave it with me.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Another satisfied customer. He sounded very disappointed. I don't know where he thought that was going, but it obviously did not go where he had intended. John says, tensions around Ukraine. Where's the UN with this? I've heard nothing. The UN. The or the... Yeah, the Tim says, as a Conservative voter, my first choice to replace Boris is Jeremy Hunt, as I feel he would have the best chance of winning the next election. You may be right there, Tim, because the thing with Jeremy Hunt is that he has not had the stink of this regime on him, whereas all of the other candidates are up to their eyeballs in it. I mean, Liz Truss, anyone?
No.
No, I cannot believe the popularity of Liz Truss with the grassroots Tories. Why? What's it based on? She wore Margaret Thatcher's hat? Rose texts, are the questionnaires all the same, or have they sneaked in some extra questions to analyse Boris' morals, psychological state, and lying prevalence? Well, I think morals, I don't believe there are any questions that could analyse his morals, because he doesn't appear to have any. His psychological state is up for debate. And as for lying prevalence... Are you kidding? Von tweets, baking parchment stroke foil is in Waitrose. I work in one, says Von. Well, it's not in any one that I've seen. I had to order it off the World Wide Wait. Very disappointed. I had to use an evil online shopping company because I couldn't find it in any supermarket. I couldn't find it in any supermarket. It's like they've deliberately excluded it from their list of offerings. Pimlico, hello, Alex.
Hi, Hi, Nick. Just first, I hope never will happen between Russia and Ukraine. But I would like to talk about this. Our Prime Minister called Boris. Mm-hmm. This evening, Putin spoke with Joe Biden as well about problems. Just imagine tomorrow, big headline says, Boris going to Russia, spoke with Mr. Putin, solve the problem, and everybody become very happy, say, hopefully Mr. Johnson going to solve the problem overnight. And after that, couple of images, you can see image just appeared, and one hand he has got Russian vodka, another hand some crisps.
Yes.
Just imagine. And after this, Boris, what is the next? And he said, I can't, yeah. You know what? Something like that.
Yeah.
But can you really trust this Boris?
No.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks a lot, Alex. See, asked a straight question, got a straight answer. Jake tweets, I had a terrible thought. My 3-year-old daughter and Donald Trump have something in common. They're both they're both still learning how flushing toilets work. Yeah, Donald Trump was obsessed with toilets while he was in the White House. Probably is still obsessed with them today. You have to flush 10 times. I haven't done that in a while. I think I've got out of practice. I can't do Donny anymore. You have to flush 10 times, he said. It's obsessed with the amount of times you have to flush a toilet. Maybe you're using it wrong, Donny. Joe says you can book dental holidays to Turkey. 5-star hotel, top quality dentistry, all-inclusive cost is far cheaper than private treatment in the UK. Yeah, no thanks. Doesn't sound like a holiday to me. Josh says, as a child, Bodger wanted to be world king, and his hero is Winston Churchill. Do you think when he leaves office in shame halfway through his first term, he will sink into a deep depression, or will he just shrug it off and move on to his next debacle? Says Josh. But what's that got to do with Winston Churchill? I thought that Winston Churchill was going to come back into the that thought at the very end there to sort of tie it all up in a bow, but apparently not. Unless you're saying that Winston Churchill sank into a deep depression and then moved on to his next debacle. It looks like you should pronounce it debacle, but that is a filthy foreign word, and so we don't say that. Let's have Brighton. Hello, Chris. Chris.
Hello.
Yes, Chris.
Hello, Nick.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. It's a pleasure to speak to you. Although I am. It has been up to now, but yes, I'm a little bit disappointed with you tonight.
No.
Yeah,
disappointed.
A little bit. I'd like to say that you don't have to be a Putin apologist, whatever that is.
To apologise for Putin?
No, not at all. To understand why Russia and the Russians would be nervous of Ukraine becoming a NATO military base, essentially. Because
not military base, essentially.
Well, I don't know if you're aware or not that Ukraine sided with the Nazis during the Second World War. Well, they actually had concentration camps there.
What's that got to do with it?
It's got a lot to do with it because 45 million Russians died at the hands of Nazis, some of them in those concentration camps.
Chris, that's ancient history. What has that got to do with today?
Well, if you let me finish a sentence, I can tell you what it's got to do with today.
You've finished many sentences, and you've taken us right back to concentration camps. What's that got to do with it?
Because the current administration, the new Ukrainian administration that was facilitated by Barack Obama, in his own words, we brokered the power transition in Ukraine, is populated by many neo-Nazi politicians that have said they will light a fire under every Russian speaker in Ukraine. And they've replaced in Ukraine the Victory Over Fascism Day, which they had under the previous government, a national holiday, Victory Over Fascism Day.
Okay.
And they've replaced that with a day called Glory for the
PM
Heroes.
got 73% of the vote. So what are you suggesting that we do?
and they replaced that with a celebration.
Okay, so you disagree with some of their policies. You could disagree with all of their policies. So what are we to do?
What we to do is not to side with people that think you should have a national holiday celebrating Stefan Bandera, one of the world's most notorious Nazi war criminals, and that's what you're doing.
No.
You're an apologist. You're an apologist for Nazi war criminals.
Oh, Chris, you are out of your mind. I am an apologist for Nazi war criminals. I think that you people have got to stop reading the internet. You have to pause and think, is this doing me good? Because it obviously isn't. I mean, we're talking like borderline, I don't want to say mental illness, but you don't sound well. To be seeped in this stuff on a daily basis. I mean, I imagine you wake up in the morning and then go straight to those news sites, straight to Facebook, to see what other unhinged theory that you can immerse yourself in that day. See what else you can get angry about that day. I mean, what blows my mind is, what do you people do for a living? You people vote! And we wonder why we're in this mess. They're everywhere. I mean, they actually are everywhere. There's so many of them. It's frightening. And only listening to a show like this, where we'll, take calls like that, you only realise quite how many people are sort of down the rabbit hole with this. And everything else. I mean, conspiracy theories. Oh, where do you even begin? The internet has got a lot to answer for. I'm not blaming Tim Berners-Lee personally. It's more like the social media kings. That moon-faced creep who runs Facebook. I bet that's where he got all of his ideas. Facebook. Stop reading it. It's not doing you any good. Try Wordle. Better. It was very difficult today. It took me ages staring at it. Very hard. I almost started putting just random words in to see if anything would come up. Got it eventually. James emails, how do you think the great British population would cope with rationing in the event of World War III starting? Rationing. Well, I think that we'd probably take to it a bit. I mean, if everybody was in the same boat. But, of course, we would all ration, as was prescribed by Her Majesty's government. And then in 6 months later, in 6 months, we'd find that they were gorging on feasts morning, noon and night. You know that's true. And you would think, well, of course not, surely not. I mean, Boris Johnson and his ilk would have learned their lesson. Well, they have. Their lesson is that they can do absolutely anything they want and get away with it. Rationing. Lynn says, Liz Truss was actually advised not to go to Moscow, apparently, but she's so shameless she'll do anything for a free flight in a fancy plane and an excuse to wear her Maggie Thatcher hat. Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't arrive in a tank. Give it full Maggie Thatcher mode. But what do I know? I'm a Nazi apologist. If we gave up to Russia, any country run by people that we disagree with, who were legally elected, 73% of the vote that he got, then, who's left? I've had so many extreme opinions on this show so far, it's difficult to know what the hell is happening. Am I hallucinating, or is this real life? A bloke at the beginning of the show wanted to bomb any country that we disagreed with, and then told me that I was a warmonger. He wanted to bomb Pakistan, for crying out loud. Trained professionals, nothing to panic about, says Boris Johnson. Panic now, to save time later. Al texts, there are 3 bridges. The 4th bridge, the 4th towed bridge, which is probably not what he meant to write, unless there is an actual bridge for toads. And the 4th crossing, which is the new one, made of Chinese steel. Jenny. Thanks, Al, for that piece of misinformation. Chris texts, there are no consequences for Putin if he invades Ukraine. Same with Georgia, Chechnya, Crimea, MH17, the Salisbury poisoning, the list goes on. He's got 100,000 troops on the border, so why wouldn't he? The Russian government still thinks it's 1945. They haven't ever moved on. Well, I think it's simpler than that. Vladimir Putin is not very popular at home because the people aren't really... their economic prospects are dire. And so a little light war will get people back on side again. It always works a treat. It'll get people, they're wrapped up in the flag and they'll get all nationalistic and they'll start cheering him again. That's what he wants. I think it's that simple. It's just to improve his popularity. And anything else is just it's just noise. He's just a politician. I bet Boris Johnson wouldn't be too displeased if there was a little light war, because people in this country would get behind the flag if our boys were out there. And girls, sexist. Mary text, listening to you talk so kindly about Edinburgh is fabidosi. My hometown, Hill End at the back of me. You're right, it is beautiful. Next time you come to Edinburgh, you have to walk the Pentlands, says Mary. Well, maybe I will, and maybe I won't. Les texts, Aldi sells chili chocolate bars. Yeah, well, I refer you to the answer I gave some while ago. Why would you infest decent chocolate with chili? Can't you just have chocolate? So yummy. Abingdon, hello, Dean.
Hello, Nick. Nice to talk to you.
Dean.
Nick, I just want to remind people that a while ago, United States and the UK signed a document with Russia saying that any aggressions against Ukraine will be dealt with, because that was the deal done to remove their nuclear weapons. If Ukraine still have their nuclear weapons, Russia wouldn't be invading them.
If Ukraine still had their nuclear weapons, Russia wouldn't be invading them. Well, yeah, not necessarily so, but...
We persuaded Ukraine, along with America, to give up their nuclear weapons, and now we're sitting back and saying, ha, 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 we didn't really mean it.
I don't really get what you're saying. Ha, 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 we didn't really mean what?
Well, they said in the document that they would protect Ukraine against any aggressor.
Well, I'm unfamiliar with the text of the agreement that they made. I mean, they've been sort of NATO adjacent since the early 1990s is all I know.
Yeah.
They haven't actually joined, but it seems reasonable to stick it up for a country that is about to be invaded by another.
They were persuaded to sign this document to remove their nuclear weapons.
Right.
And that was done by us in America.
Yeah.
And we said we would stand by them in any aggression.
Right. Well, we appear to be doing that.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Well, now sounds like you're threatening me. What have I got to do with it? Thanks a lot, Dean. Adam says, did you see Fishy Rishi crumble under the pressure of questions about the questionnaires? Yes, I did. Oh, that video is worth watching. I retweeted it. There's some stern inquisitor who is checking Fishy's answers. And he said, have you had a questionnaire? And Fishy says, no. And I'm not expecting to have one, or something of the order of that. And I think the last question was, do you have complete faith in your dear leader? And he said, yes, of course I do. Liar! Or words to that effect. And the look on his face right at the end there, it's an absolute picture. And people should look at that and investigate it and examine it at length if they think that he would be a good leader of this country. Doesn't seem to have it to me. He should stick to modelling cashmere hoodies in the Grattan catalogue. Crumble under pressure he did, yes. Couldn't keep up that smile for very long. Adam says, I think he had his mummy off screen telling him it was home time. Not exactly Prime Minister material. Well, there's a lot of people who aren't Prime Minister material, but they seem to make it anyway.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, 8 bodge. Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Hi, Nick. Good evening. I'm listening to all the different things going on, but I'm being a bit brave. I'm going to wade in a bit on this Ukraine-Russian business because it seems like there's two really grand narratives going on that are being obfuscating or gaslighting each other a bit in what's going about how it's put out in the press and the information being done, because Russia supplies Europe, the rest of Europe, with about a third of all its gas and crude oil. And Germany in particular, it supplies Germany about 90% of its gas, its gas needs. But you see, the big thing is that, and I bear in mind, sorry, I might be a bit all over the place, but I bear in mind what a military general said about what happened with America and Europe going to those Middle Eastern countries. It was really for the oil.
Yeah, of course it was.
You know.
Yeah, we didn't go there because we liked the weather.
No. But also there's this big thing behind everything that's going on with Russia, not just Putin. It's to do with the gas the gas and oil that Russia has, and how they stopped. They don't want to. They want to do it through the Baltic Sea to Germany and the rest of Europe, and not through the Ukraine.
Yeah.
So what really the US is, that's why Biden is getting sort of, there's really a lot of propaganda going on, and maybe years later we won't know, you know, when the truth comes out, we won't know really what happened. And years later, when documents are released 50 or 70 years, like happened.
But what is it that you're saying that we're not being told?
I'm just saying that there's a lot of gaslighting about.
Well, there's a lot of misinformation, but then that's just normal for any given news story.
I mean, they don't. They're not really bringing up front all this problem to do with soaring gas prices, or to do with saying Russia
who is not being
its gas supply.
Who is not being up front?
No, I mean, they say Russia is weaponising its hold on Europe with its gas supplies that Europe needs.
Right.
And they're mixing everything up with making out he's going to invade Ukraine.
Well, it looks like it.
But there's two big narratives going on.
Well, he's going to...
My point is that there's two big narratives going on, and it's like they can't be disentangled. They're disentangled.
No, it's not two narratives, it's the same thing. He's threatening Ukraine, and if anybody says anything about it, he's going to turn off Europe's gas. It's the same story. It's not two narratives, it's one.
No, but they've already stopped. They don't want to, Russia has stopped piping the gas through the Ukraine, and Ukraine made a lot of money out of that, and that stopped that, which is why, like, Biden is Russia. Look, America wants to police the world, let's face it.
Well, who else would do the job?
So Biden is trying to lead, I've found an article on it, a US-led gas alliance to insulate. The US wants to have a gas alliance.
Jan, we're running out of time, but if I think that you had more time, I'm still not sure you'd make any sense. It's the same story. It's not two narratives, it's just the one. Caroline says, what about dark chocolate with orange? Yum. I'm trying to get this story about the number 10 jobs appointment bureau, whatever they call it, but I can't get into the site. Maybe my glamorous assistant can help me out there. That sounds like, well, I mean, can you actually bloomin' well believe it?
Yes.
Totally. You'd be surprised if it wasn't the case. 2 years he's turned this country into from what used to be a fairly well-ordered, decent place into this mess. It just took him 2 years, that's all.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he's the funny bloke off the telly. Oh, leave him alone. He's doing his best. Jane says, as an Edinburgh girl, now domiciled in far-off Sussex, I hated school ski lessons at Hill End. I always fell flat and then got bristle burns. Yeah, well, the worst thing about those bristles is because they're arranged in diamond shapes, or at least they used to be. And people used to fall over, and, of course, you would naturally put your hand down, and your thumb would get caught in the corner of the diamond, and your thumb would stay where it was, and you would slide down the hill. And then the ambulance would come and pick you up and take you straight to hospital. That used to happen a lot, apparently. And if you'd learned nothing else from this show, then sadly you will have learned nothing else from this show. But that's a good thing to remember. Keep your thumb in. Let's have a call in Winchester. Abu Omar.
Hi, Nick. Hi. Good to speak to you.
How you doing?
I'm all right, thank you. To cut to the chase, it's just that idea that I cannot really ignore. I think Putin is going to invade the Ukraine, and he's confident in his ability to crush the Ukrainian army. America and the UK will help the Ukraine, but will not involve their own army. Otherwise, this can be declared as an act of war against Russia, and it becomes a direct war between the USA and the UK on one side and Russia. During all this, China will attack Taiwan.
Yeah, great.
And then the whole of the Western world will be divided between the two issues.
But apart from that, Abu Omar, how does everything look?
It looks bad.
Bad? Apart from that, it looks bad? Oh, my God, it's worse than I thought.
Anyway, what do you think of this? Do you think it's a likely scenario?
But it's as likely as anything else. How about Kim Jong-un? Kim Jong-un, Jim. Not Jim Jong-un. He dealt with him in a very strict way indeed. Kim Jong-un. Jim Jong-un, he dead. Kim Jong-un. How about Kim Jong-un launch a nuclear attack on South Korea?
Yeah, but he's been saying that, but I don't think he will risk it, you know.
Yeah. How about Belgium attacks Germany? Why not?
No.
You seem to be very depressed. People have got just stop being so depressed about everything. Oh my God! Everybody was predicting a worldwide annihilation. Hey, guess what? You never know. It might not be World War III. Might be a little local conflagration. No biggie. Let's not get excited. But the scenario that you just described, Abu Omar, is just as likely as it not happening. Christine tweets, I expect Boris's questionnaire was a Peppa Pig or Lion King themed activity sheet in order to keep him focused. He was only working in the flat when the ABBA party was happening. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was working while the ABBA party was happening. It's just that when the ABBA party was not on, he wasn't working. You could only tell that he was working when you could hear ABBA coming from downstairs. Who is he kidding? Boris Johnson's going to deny breaking COVID-19 rules and tell police that he was working on the night of the ABBA party in Downing Street, in the Downing Street flat. It was a business party. The Prime Minister received his questionnaire from police, which is perfectly normal for those under investigation by the police. No special treatment here. Goodness me, no. Why would anybody think that? Everyone under investigation by the police gets a questionnaire and plenty of time to fill it out at home while getting their story straight with their co-conspirators. All quite standard, I can assure you. The Met Police has begun sending questionnaires to 50 people in number 10 believed to have been at illicit gatherings during lockdown, including the Prime Minister and reportedly his current wife. Insert name here. Bodger's going to deny breaking COVID-19 rules and tell police that it weren't him, he ain't done nothing. It was like that when I got here. You know, that sort of thing. Why are you picking on me? Are you bitter about Brexit? Is that it? You know, Stuff like that. He's going to claim he was working on the night of the alleged ABBA party in the Downing Street flat. Of course, he lives there, so it's a bit of a stretch to claim that he didn't know it was going on. And as he is the boss of anyone who was there, it's a bit odd that he didn't intervene. Still, I'm sure he can come up with some reason why he didn't, and if not, then some high-priced lawyer will be able to. Number 10 confirmed on Friday evening that the PM had received the legal form from the Metropolitan Police officers, which has to be answered honestly. Sadly, that is a phrase that does not compute with His Imperial Bodgeness. What does answering honestly mean, Bodge? No idea. Officers working on Operation Hillman. Why are they calling it Hillman? A Hillman Imp was the first car we had as a family. Absolutely awful. I mean, just... it's like a biscuit tin on wheels. A Hillman Imp. I remember it well. That's what they're calling it, Operation Hillman. I've got no idea why. They're sending questionnaires to more than 50 individuals across Downing Street and wider government departments as they investigate 12, count them, 12 events. The PM is alleged to have been at up to 6 of them, including the Bring Your Own Bottle party.
Booze.
That was in the Number 10 Garden, May 2020, during the first lockdown, which was actually a Bring Your Own Bottle business meeting, as any fool know. Meanwhile, do you remember Dominic Cummings? No! Yeah, that's him. He tweeted, "Great work, Tory MPs, leaving this crippled joke of a PM spending the next 7 days bunkered down with lawyers trying to remember all his different lies while another major global crisis unfolds." I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Dominic Cummings.
What?
It takes a special kind of grubby ineptness to make a character like Dominic Cummings an arbiter of the truth. But you seem to have managed it, Bodge. He says you're a joke.
I have to say, when Donald Trump says that there are parts of London that...
wrong one. I should have done the edited version.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Yeah, Dominic Cummings says you're a joke, Bodge.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Yeah, second time works just fine. Downing Street shared that Bodger Johnson had received the questionnaire shortly before 10 p.m. on Friday night, amid a mounting crisis in Ukraine, which he can do nothing about, and fears that Russia could invade its neighbour in the next 48 hours, which he can do nothing about. All you need to know about our place on the world stage is that he sent Liz Truss there. The Brains Truss. Well, at least you got to wear that nice hat. Downing Street shared that Johnson had received the questionnaire shortly before 10 p.m. on Friday night. Why so late? Other than it's definitely at the weekend, so we like news blackout for the next couple of days. It's going to be used by the usual suspects to insist that we forget it. This potential Russian invasion of the Ukraine. Oh, we should forget all that. Forget Partygate. There's more important things going on. You know, just as they're trying to make this about bitter Remoaners getting back at the man who got Brexit done. And that was the basis of this column in the Mail, this Boris Johnson fan column in the Mail. Just rehashing the same few excuses, of which, we can't talk about that because there's more important things. That's the one. And, if you do want to talk about that, then you're an unpatriotic Remoaner. That's the only positive that they found from Brexit. They can blame any accusation that's levelled at the government as coming from a bitter Remoaner, regardless of whether it's true or not. And as the war is going to happen or not, whatever we do, we sent Liz the Brains Truss. We might as well have sent Mr. Blobby. And as for being bitter about Brexit having got done, well, you know what? If you've been spending the past 5 years warning that it would be a disaster and then have been proved right, that doesn't sound like you'd be bitter, more like triumphant and validated. Being able to say, I told you so, is not the mark of a bitter person. That would be those on the receiving end that are bitter. Senior Conservative MP Tobias Ellwood urged Bodger to move on from the mess. After having discussed the Ukraine crisis, the chair of the Commons Defence Committee said, we're talking about these bigger issues, and I'm asking for statecraft. I'm asking for leadership. Statecraft and leadership, Bodger. Funny, no?
No.
Meanwhile, outgoing Met Police Commissioner Dame Cressida Dick this week suggested some of those being contacted by officers will end up with fines. And you know what? The Met Police will probably bend over backwards trying not to find Bodger. But if it proves impossible not to, if they can't find any way of getting him off the hook, then that would mean that a Prime Minister of good character would have to resign. Unfortunately, we elected you-know-who.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And that Sue Gray report hasn't gone away, and at some point we might actually get to read it, without all the best bits blacked out. And there's the letters of no confidence. Some Tories still in possession of a backbone and some moral character have said the obvious, that Bodge isn't fit to run a bath, never mind about a country. And if we are being led by someone who had the capacity to feel shame, then he'd be gone by now. But he doesn't. And we deserve what we're getting because, as I've heard about 1,000 times, we knew what we were voting for. Eh, Bodger?
I can't comment on that.
Tories nudge donors into plum state jobs. Just when you thought it couldn't possibly get any worse. The Conservative Party. You know the Conservative Party? No! The Conservative Party is helping donors apply for public roles, with officials offering behind-the-scenes support and directing applicants to a secret number 10 unit closed to members of the public. Aren't you stunned?
No.
Leaked documents show that Tory officials have referred supporters to the Prime Minister's Appointments Unit, whose existence is not widely acknowledged and which operates using interchangeable names. Well, there's nothing that says suspicious about an organisation that operates using interchangeable names. The Appointments Unit, which sits within Downing Street rather than the politically neutral Cabinet Office, does not provide any account of its day-to-day activities. That must be that open government that we've been hearing so much about. However, it sends regular updates on vacant public roles and the remuneration on offer to a private mailing list that includes major party donors. A government spokesmodel said the number 10 appointments unit and newsletter has existed across successive administrations. Oh, well, that's all right then. Oh, my God. Up to their eyeballs in it. It's like a sewer over there. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised about anything anymore. There doesn't appear to be anything they aren't capable of. No low that they cannot, no depth that they can't plumb. Folkestone, hello, Ian.
Hello? Yeah.
Ian.
Yes, hi.
Yes, Ian.
I'm just calling because thanks for your show. It's always great. It's good as always. But I'm just absolutely shocked at the level of, it's a great example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. The guy who was speaking about how we had signed up, Britain and Russia, Britain and America to defend Ukraine, he was partly correct. I think he was referring to the Budapest Memorandum, but Russia signed up to that as well. I just can't believe that. I think you nailed it on the head. This whole thing is domestic. It's for Putin to try to hold on to power. And people are getting their sources from Facebook and other things, which give them maybe an inkling of truth. I mean, even calling you a neo-Nazi or a sympathizer or whatever.
That's a new one on me.
That was ridiculous. There was a neo-Nazi unit in 2014, and the Russians used that as propaganda in their own domestic environment to justify the attack. But it was never anything more than that. but he's gotten that from Facebook or something, and then he's throwing around accusations like that, which are completely, they're just completely spurious.
I mean,
Sorry,
I guess we shouldn't be upset with the internet and social media because it just reflects who human beings are. That's who we are. I mean, if we were nicer people who had relied on and valued the truth, then there would be nothing but the truth on the internet. But as that's the opposite of who we are, then it's just a reflection of human beings. Sadly.
Yeah, but also I can't believe British people. I mean. are seen empathetic towards somebody. A British citizen was murdered by this regime. It was okay. I know he was a British Russian citizen, but never mind. This is this is a KGB thug, and people are willing to see his side, or I don't know. The world's topsy turvy now.
It is, and I think they get things all conflated in that they are disappointed or angry or they're fed up with our regime, and so it becomes an argument of extremes that everything we do is bad and everything America does is bad, and therefore their enemies and our enemies must be in the right. I think it's as reductionist as that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, and even having somebody, one of your callers from Northern Ireland saying about how historically, that part of the world, they have Russian speakers. Northern Ireland, historically, it was one Ireland last time I checked. But, it's ridiculous. Just because you have, we had a world war because Germany invaded the part of Czechoslovakia that had German language speakers. I don't know. I give up.
So, me too. That's why I started talking about Boris Johnson's questionnaire again, because it's more amusing than contemplating World War III and justifying Vladimir Putin's starting of it. Yeah, I don't get it either. All right, thanks a lot, Ian. Folkestone, excellent place, by the way. If you're in want of a day by the sea, then you could do a lot worse than Folkestone. Although don't go there now, it's blooming freezing. The wind coming off the sea there would chill you to the bone. But in the summertime, they got the Folkestone Arm open, that harbour arm. It's a delight. I think you'll love it. I know I do. Christine, I've read that about the Peppa Pig and the obsessed with Peppa Pig is Bodger.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World.
Peppa Pig World. Yes, I know. It's great. Peppa Pig. Yes,
Peppa Pig
is the right answer. Stop going on about it. He's never been so excited in his life. All revved up and ready to go. Elizabeth says, "Is it a crime to drink at number 10 during working hours?" Well, it blooming well should be. Winston Churchill did it. I'm certain he did it throughout the Second World War, says Elizabeth, when the rest of the nation was on rations and being bombed out of their homes. Did our parents and their parents' generations go on and on and on about it, week in, week out? Everyone get a life and move on. See, there you go. See, what about? See, what about this and what about that? Move on. Leave him alone. He's doing his best. Painful, Elizabeth. Stop defending the indefensible. And I think partly it comes down to, I'm bored. I'm bored of this. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm bored. So we should just forget it because you're bored? Because you have a short attention span? We should just let it go? Let's empty all the jails because everybody that's in jail is in there for a crime that happened some while ago. Anyway, Elizabeth says, join the RHS, the Royal Horticultural Society, and have some lovely days out in the fresh air. And turn the heating off while you're out. Well, that's two excellent pieces of advice. You should have led with that, Elizabeth. Join the Royal Horticultural Society. I thoroughly recommend it. I really do recommend it. Excellent value for money, it really is. And if you're anywhere near Wisley, then you should go there at least once a week. Belsize Park. Judy.
Hello, I'm confused from Belsize Park again. Could you explain something to me?
Probably
or
not.
Maybe we have some criminals listening who could ring in and advise us.
Yes.
If the Metropolitan Police are investigating a group of people who have broken the law.
Yes, who are supposed to be...
No, I'm not,
who
I'm
are
not naming
alleged
names.
to have...
I'm not naming names.
Right.
But if this is the case,
yes.
do they normally send out questionnaires to all of them on the basis...
And give them
that
7 days in which time they can, have a discussion amongst themselves and get their story straight?
Exactly.
No.
So I am confused because is this normal practice? And if it is normal practice, shouldn't we be very concerned? And if it isn't normal practice, why is it being practiced in this particular case?
Yes, if it's normal practice, we should be very concerned. And if it is not normal practice, we should be very concerned.
Yes. So I don't... It must be me because I don't understand how this works.
I think it works by just dragging it out as long as you possibly can, and something else will come along to take the public's mind off it, like a war or, whatever it might be. If we did really well at the Olympics, I bet that he would welcome that. Just anything else.
But on the face of it, we do have Zooming, we do have emails, we do have the Royal Mail, we do have telephones. So has it not occurred to the Metropolitan Police that these people might contact each other to check what each of them is going to say in order they can all get their stories straight?
I think it probably has occurred to them, and that's why they've sent out questionnaires for that exact reason, I would expect. I mean, that's the only understanding that I can make of it. That's the only logic that applies.
Well, this is why I wonder whether if we have any convicted criminals in prison with a phone or who've just recently come out of prison in a similar circumstance, could they advise us whether this is normal practice?
Right. I'm telling you it isn't.
Oh, God.
We don't need to encourage hardened criminals to get in touch with the show. I'm telling you, it's not normal, Judy. Nothing is normal anymore. We've gone past normal. Normal is in our rearview mirror. Chris says, can we talk more about chocolate, please? As many of your callers are bonkers and they like talking about war too much. There seems to be a certain element that are just giddy with delight at the prospect of a war. It's just about rootin' tootin' shootin' Putin's popularity at home. I don't think it's anything more than that. I mean, when he invaded, or annexed rather, Crimea, his popularity at home went through the roof. Now, this is a guy that's been leading that country since 1999. He's essentially staged a coup. He's never going. He's never going to leave. Dear leader for life. And when Rootin' Tootin' annexed Crimea, his popularity just soared. 85% approval rating. That's because the population gets behind the flag when a little light war breaks out. It'll happen here. Bodger's popularity will go through the roof if our boys and girls are sent over there. Always happens. There's massive approval initially, and then we get to rue our choices at leisure. And that's what's happening. Since the annexation of Crimea, his popularity has tanked. Because the good people of Russia, they aren't earning that much money. I mean, their economy is based almost entirely on oil and gas. And the price of that fluctuates madly. And their earnings per head of population are way below those in the rest of Europe. And so they see what, how the lifestyle that other people nearby are living, and they look at Rootin' Tootin' and they think, are we really going to have to suffer this bloke until the end of time? And so his popularity is really low now. And so he thinks with justification, well, I'll just cross a border somewhere with some lightly weaponized personnel, and we'll see if we can't get those popularity figures back up again. Don't tell me, but I challenge you to disprove that. Well, of course you can't disprove it, but to give me another theory that actually makes any sense. I mean, that's exactly who he is. Mick says, a brisket. A brisket is the shoulder of muscle of a cow who? Oh, what, cows are people too? A brisket is the shoulder of a cow that can be braised, cured or smoked on a barbecue. Think of salt beef, pastrami and a very popular Texas brisket smoked at 110 centigrade for about 14 hours overnight by Netd's. Netds. What does that mean? Netd's. I've no idea what that means. By people sitting in wooden shacks at the bottom of the garden drinking beer. Dinglings, you mean? Those people. Let's have Yorkshire, Mike.
Hi, Nick.
Mike.
Yeah, a couple of bits about the questionnaire, really. One interesting thing is, of course, we're going to get the sycophants rolled out each morning to speak on the sort of Prime Minister's behalf.
Yes.
And if they get asked about it, I'm sure it'll come out that the Prime Minister will make answers to the questionnaire that will be crystal clear.
Oh, yeah, the Prime Minister will make it very clear that...
Then that will get repeated over and over and over again.
Yes.
But I think about the questionnaire, and I don't know what you think. By 10 o'clock next Friday, he has to hand it in, and he'll string it out to the very last minute,
absolutely.
taking another weekend.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But when you look at all the drips that have come out, November, December, January, it looks far too coincidental that this is an accident. And so what I think will happen is that the people who've been doing all the dripping and controlling this, presumably Cummings and others, will wait till the questionnaires in on Friday, which means Johnson's guessing on what people actually know and what evidence there is.
Yes.
So he will tailor his answers to what he thinks he can get away with. And then I reckon next Saturday, Sunday, Monday, you will see a plethora of more evidence, more photos, and everything else coming out, which means that it's then provable if he's not told the truth on his questionnaire, then he's in serious dire straits, because nobody cares too much about the parties or about
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think people are absolutely furious about the parties, and some more than others. Some people who had to go through terrible privations, who they had relatives, people that they loved, died, and they couldn't actually go and hold their hands at the end because Bodger Johnson told them they couldn't. And then, meanwhile, he was having a high old time over at his place. That's people are justifiably angry about that, but I think you're probably right. I think people may have pictures. I bet people have got pictures of Boris Johnson covered in grease from head to toe, wearing fake boobs and dancing on a stripper pole.
Disgusting.
I bet that's yet to come out.
Absolutely, and if it proves that he's lied on the questionnaire, then I can see no way back from that particular issue.
People keep saying that, but you are relying on him being shamed, having the capacity to be shamed. But I think that we're well past that.
I'm also relying on him to lie, but that's fairly predictable.
Fairly predictable, yeah. But keep in mind...
I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
He followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Yeah, we're sure you did. Sure you did, Bodger. Sure you did. I mean, they say the same thing over and over again. Like, if they keep intoning it, then we're just going to get hypnotised. Hypnotised into believing it. Anybody believe a word he says?
No.
Not really. Well, there's a few numbers who actually still do. The real stick in the muds, the people who have dug their heels in. Too much loss of face to leave him now. Alan tweets, Boris Johnson is paying a lawyer to find a loophole to escape from a law that Boris Johnson made up. Well, I think you missed a trick right at the beginning of that, Alan. Because I betcha that Boris Johnson personally is not paying a lawyer. I bet he's found somebody else to do it for him. I mean, the man doesn't pay for anything. He doesn't pay for his wallpaper. He doesn't pay for his furniture. He doesn't pay for his cushions. He doesn't pay for his rugs. He doesn't pay for lunch. He has somebody else's butler bike it over. He doesn't pay for his holidays. What does he pay for? Jeff says, playing that Crazy Frog on a loop will clear anyone away, let alone the Russians. Crazy Frog? What's that? How about Mull of Kintyre? Play that over and over. Well, mind you, I seem to spend most of my youth listening to Mull of Kintyre on a constant loop coming out of the radio.
Boring!
Oh, please make it stop. Actually, having watched Get Back, all 8 hours, or however long that lasted, 6-7 hours, I have a newfound appreciation for Paul McCartney. It used to be, people is one of the questions that people used to ask of, people that were interested in music. One of them was, which is it? You've got to choose one, the Rolling Stones or the Who. There was that one. Are you a greaser or a mod? And which Beatle, the music of which Beatle would you like to hear if you could only pick one? And I used to say John Lennon, which actually is the wrong answer. It's Paul McCartney is the right answer. And I've realised that quite late in life. I'm ashamed. There you are, you see, Bodger. That's how it's done. Ashamed I am. 0345 6060 973. Stoke-on-Trent. Hello, Liz.
Hello, Liz. Oh, hello, Nick. It's nice to talk to you again.
Liz.
Hope you're well. Hi, Doc. Hi.
Hey, just a minute, Liz. We appear to have an echo on the line. Can you hear that?
Oh, I wonder if is it... Let me just switch the radio off. Hang on.
No, I don't. No, it's not the radio, because the radio is 7 seconds behind us.
Sorry, Nick. It was very low. I thought. Is that better?
No, it's not. Well, I tell you what, Liz. We're going to call you back.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Duck. Okay.
Duck? All right, we're going to call her back. 0345 6060 973. By the way, if anybody is listening in Radio Land and you want to play a trick on someone, do that to their headphones. If you put their headphones on a 1 second delay, then they hear back what they said a second ago and it fries their mind. It really does. You just can't work through it. It's impossible. So you want to write that trick down and use it later. And you can thank me now.
Hello, Nick. Thanks for your patience. Actually, every time I ring you, well, I think -1, you say there's an echo, and nobody ever in all my 30 years here have ever said that. So I don't know if it's... I don't know what it is.
Oh, I see. It's my fault.
Oh, poor Nick. No, I still love you, Nick. I love you, love you. You should apply to one of those secret questionnaires for a place for PM.
I would like to know what's on the questionnaire, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. Now, this is why I've rung about the questionnaire, Nick.
Yeah.
Have we established, because in my listening, and I only listen to LBC mostly, I haven't heard anybody say, or no police have rung in or anybody to say that this is a common procedure. Have we established it is or not? Before I go on any further, because I might not have the valid statement here.
I don't believe that it is. I'd be surprised if it has ever happened in the history of British policing.
Right. Then I'll go on if you've got the patience for me. Then right. I mean, I've never had one dished out to me because I used to attend the PACT meetings. You know, the police and community and council meetings monthly.
Right.
And we had a big drugs problem in our area.
Well, you couldn't find any?
We never had a questionnaire given to us. So, you know, I agree with what you say there. I don't think it's a usual.
But you weren't under investigation, though.
Oh, no. We were the neighbours that were being affected by one house.
Right.
And, But anyway, if I go on now, if the questionnaire is valid, right, it is only to see this is how the council complaints forms that are dished out work,
Council
and that is to
complaint
find
form.
Pardon?
A council complaint form, yes.
Yes. And it's to find out, besides yourself, if you're the complainant of an incident or whatever, or a situation, if other people are affected, or it's just you.
If it's just you,
whinging and whining and moaning.
Yes.
Yeah, and how far reaching it is. So it's to garner information and then to gather it all together.
Right.
So that.
Now, this is completely different. That's not in any way associated with what it is that we're talking about. They're investigating potential crimes here.
Yes, but I'm leading to that. It's to gather the information so they can act on it, right?
Yes.
But they already know the facts. They've got it even in pictures and in oral evidence.
Yes.
So I think this is obfuscation at its best.
It's delaying.
It is.
It's delaying in the hope that something more exciting will come along and people will get bored. If they just drag it out long enough, people will get bored and they won't care anymore.
And I think he's done that ever since he's been in the playground.
Yeah.
That's how he's got out of perhaps bullying or
he's the same
being
person.
wrong.
He's the same person with the same haircut as he was when he was a child.
Yeah, he's a man-child.
Yeah.
Well, I've said my piece. Oh, and can I just tell you?
And he's not. And by the way, he's not in control of his urges.
Yeah. Wait.
No, because nobody has ever insisted that he should be in control of his urges. He's been allowed to get away with it his entire life. He's a naughty boy.
Yes. Parchment foil, Nick.
Yeah.
I get mine from Wilco's.
Isn't it great stuff?
It's at the point of over exaggerating to make my point. It's changed my life in the kitchen.
I think it's probably one of, if not the best products I have found in the last 5 years.
I agree there. It's really good for so many things.
Because it wraps like nothing else. Because if you use foil, then I don't know, there's something about the foil touching your food item that kind of, it just doesn't seem quite right. Whereas if the paper touches it, then that's better. But it's got the foil, which will keep it in place.
Yes. And if you bake or you store food in the fridge or freezer, I use it for that because I don't, like you just said about foil, I don't like food touching the foil, and I also don't like food touching plastic.
No,
exactly. And I don't want to throw all my plastic containers away, so I use the foil so the food touches the paper,
right? But
the foil moulds around the food.
It moulds around the food. Correct, and it keeps it in place.
Try Wilco.
Well, all right then. Okay, I will. And it's perfect for cheese, because cheese will... you absolutely, totally and definitely don't want to put cheese in cling film.
No.
And you don't really want to put it in foil because it can't breathe. But if you put it in foil-backed baking paper, that is perfect. That's what you get in... if you go to a decent shop and they wrap cheese for you, they'll be wrapping it in that.
And if you put cheese in just parchment, it dries the cheese out.
Exactly, because it doesn't form a proper enough seal.
Say next week. Say that you found it from Wilco's. I'll be very pleased, Bunny.
Well, all I have to do is find out where Wilco's are.
Oh, I guess you got a local one.
Well, I suppose the internet will know. I'll ask the internet.
Yes.
It'll probably give me a lot of information about how great Vladimir Putin is.
Okay, then.
Thanks, Liz. There you are, you see. Wilco, the guitarist with Dr. Feelgood. He has branched out. Steve texts, yes, the Russians could invade with 100,000 troops, but they could not occupy the country with that amount in the medium to longer term, so what would be the point, says Steve. Well, the threat of more troops, perhaps. I mean, 100,000 troops is not the extent of the Russian army. They've got 10 times that, more than 10 times that. And the Ukrainians, well, their army is not small by any means. It's about double the amount of the Russian troops that have amassed on their border. But if you've got 1 million odd troops in reserve, then I guess you could make a country bend to your will. And I'm sure that's part of his strategy. Unlike Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin's got a strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Zero strategy with Adolf Hitler. Paul texts, it's the Harry Potter films that make people soft on Putin. Huh? What's Harry Potter got to do with Vladimir Putin? I'm confused. I bet my glamorous assistant knows.
I'm also confused.
Yeah, what's Harry Potter films got to do with rootin' tootin' shootin' Putin? I don't get that. Chris says, how the heck can people defend Putin? I like the way the Americans say Putin. Almost like they're using a spittoon. He says, have people forgotten the attack in Salisbury where 2 people were poisoned by Novichok? Yeah, they haven't forgotten it. It's just, I think it's the same excuse they give Boris Johnson. Oh, leave him alone. He's doing his best. Mark text, didn't the Haunted Pencil move his company HQ to Ireland before the Brexit benefits kicked in? Brexit benefits, yes. Yes, he did, but then maintained his innocence in that regard, that it's nothing to do with me. It was like that when I got there, or something like that.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know.
How can people support that man? How can people vote for him over and over again? I mean, God, how can you stand it? Gwenny texts, cannot believe that, coming from a school which has the best position and the best views of the castle and the city centre, that you can't remember how beautiful Edinburgh is. How long have you been away? Well, that is absolutely true. And I went around my school the other day on Google, you know, where you walk around on Google. And it's just amazing. I mean, the views that I was surrounded by on a daily basis. But, you know, when you're a teenager, you're not remotely interested in views. You couldn't care less about any of that. You're just walking around staring at the pavement going, oh, you know, everything's so awful. Just wearing a rut in the pavement between your school and Hot Licks Records, where you would go and buy, you know, the new single by The Desperate Bicycles.
Rock and roll!
Or something like that. Swell Maps would be a good one. The Mekons. Ever been in a riot? That sort of stuff. Wasn't remotely interested in architecture or views or anything like that. I'd love to go back. And it'd be like seeing it for the very first time. Stupid kids. Get your eyes off the ground, kids. Well, of course, these days they don't walk around moping, staring at the pavement. They walk around moping, staring at their phones. Get your face out your phones, kids. There's a whole world out there in stereo. You never know, you might like it. In Ultra HD. It's called Real Life.